Hey, I'm going to take you right into the intro and I'll be right back to say hey on this fine Wednesday evening. And everybody and their mother decided to go live. Nobody has. Jesus, never mind. Oh, sped up.
Home in the valley, home in the city.
Oh, come on. Oh.
Home isn't pretty, ain't no home for me. Home in the darkness, home on the highway. Home isn't my way, home I'll never be. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Can't see no reason to put up a fight. I'm living for giving the devil his due. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. Time is the essence, time is the season. Time ain't no reason, got no time to show. Time everlasting, time to play these sides. Time ain't on my side, time I'll never know. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Now I want to tell you what's wrong from what's right. I've seen suns that were freezing and lives that were blue. But I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Can't see no reason to put up a fight. I'm living for giving the devil his due. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you.
Let's say hi. I'm running behind. So sorry for being a couple minutes late. I try not to do that because I don't like to hold people up, but real life calls. Kids. And I had to get a shower so I could sweat like a crazy and need another shower when I'm done. Sounds about right. But let's say hi to everybody. Tonight's going to be a little interesting. Um, it's someone I've never covered before, Ernie Shell. But I've covered Crime Lines and Lies. We all know what she's about. Um, I'm gonna give you all trigger warnings now, cause there's some gross shit. There's some gross shit. Um, I'm all, welcome to the Lolcows Farm, where the locals graze on the victims and families, or off the backs of victims and families, I should say. Featuring tonight none other than Brooks, aka Crime Lines and Lies, and we all know she should just be called Brooks Lies, and the whack job Ernie Shell. But I am so sick of these people exploiting that little girl's case. I am really so sick of it. It's if it's it, and he lies. Anybody that even believes anything, I don't know him. I've never been in his channel. I've seen enough of him on other channels to make my opinion. And the man has fake cancer. The man has faked so much, and he lies through his teeth. And I just don't get it. I don't get the draw to him. I really don't. And thank you guys for being here. I know everybody and their mother's live, and a couple people didn't set their lives up till after I did, but yeah, okay, gotcha. So thank you guys. I appreciate that. Us tiny channels, we got to squeeze in when we can because some people like to hog up all the airtime. So there's just no friends on here, let me tell you. Anyway, well, that's not true. There are some, but sadly, some I thought were friends turned out not to be. But we're gonna have a good time reviewing this. A lot of you probably are more familiar with Mr. Shell than I am. I'm sure you can fill us in. But let me say hi. Hey, Mystic Butterfly. Hey, Gmod, thanks for being here. Hey, Lurker. Hey, Catherine. Hey, Rowdy, good to see you. Hey, Shaylee. Yeah, I was watching some of Illuminati. Hey, gotcha. And oh, that dude that was up on panel. There's my hope. Hey, Claire. Yeah, that was a bit much. Stephanie, she did the right thing. Oh, J-Dog, thank you so much. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. That really helps me with my channel. Helps me to keep it going. It really does. Everybody who got a gifted gotcha, Rowdy, Mona Lisa, Smoothing Tater Tot, my favorite name. Please thank J-Dog for your gifted membership. Welcome to Poolside. You are now a Poolside Misfit. Yeah, we are the Misfits. Hey, Lynn Lovin' Mate, good to see you. Angelisa. They were gifted. I don't know if they're in here. They were gifted. Aussie girl. So, this is Summer Wells stuff. I'm gonna tell you now, and I've seen some of this stuff. Why won't my chat show up on my phone? Oh, guys, do me a favor, please. Hit that like button so I can get this video in the algorithm. And if you're not subbed up, sub up. I am so close to 2,500. I never thought I'd get it past 100, let alone 2,500, but here I am. You didn't? I thought it said you did, Mona Lisa. Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. I jumped over. I'm so sorry. Only to the point of not being able to stand him. Ooh. Yeah, he's a lot, isn't he? But I know, I like to review multiple people. And no, don't worry. Betty made the thumbnail. We'll look at her. But, it's like, I just, maybe if I'm wrong, I've asked you guys to tell me in the comment section. But I just think you see so much of it, of the same stuff, so many channels covering the same lives, covering, the same thing, that I don't know. If y'all want me to show the stuff, of course I will. Because without you subs, I don't have a channel. You subs are my channel. Without you, there is no channel to come to. Um, so, of course, I will respect what you say. But I just figure it'd be nice to have a change up for a minute. I mean, I haven't even looked to see what else Betty's done. I honestly, oh God, she just never ceases to disappoint, does she? Oh Lord, and she's posted new videos. Insurance companies suspected Alex Murdaugh's plot to steal millions from housekeeper's estate. What the hell would a housekeeper have millions for? Yeah, I don't. Hey Betty, that's stealing content. You're using someone else's content. Yeah, that's what she did. Okay. Everybody steals from her, but oh, she put one on her other channel. Probably all she did was change the title up a little bit. Let me see. Lies, all lies, lies, all lies about the Proudfoots. We might look at that, but I'm sure that's from her TikTok. But let me get my banner on. Got the music in the background. I feel so bad for my hubby. He's having a hell of a night at work. They scheduled too many people off that requested days off. Hey Debbie, they from an injury suit. Wow. I wouldn't doubt it if he tried to scarp it, but I'll listen to the news, not Betty. To the media reporting it, not Betty. But yeah, they made a mistake, HR, and granted 5 people the same night off tonight. And on top of that, he had call-offs for tonight. So yeah, he's real short-handed, and I just hope he gets out of there at a decent time. But seriously, what was the draw with Ernie Shell and women? What is it with these little troll-looking men and these women on YouTube? You know, you got Dolly Vision. Ugh. Ooh, he's gross. You got little 3-foot, little 3-foot, you know, I mean, it's like, what is going on? What is wrong? Am I missing something? Fantasy land? Uh, I need to make that house before he does it again. Users using users. Yep. Have some sort of hobbit desire. I'm telling you, it's got to be because I just don't get it. I don't get it. My husband used to work out all the time. I miss those days. But you know, once you hit 63, you know, you just and you crushed your back a couple places, you know, a couple
Conversations.
times. Yeah, he's had severe back injuries where they didn't think he'd walk again, but he did. And he still looks better. He's still in shape compared to, yeah, ooh, I don't know. But this is Crime Lines and Lies, and we will just go ahead and call her Brooke Liar. The Lies of Brooke. How's that? Well, they're locals, and they are grazing right now on the farm. You know, my Lolcows Farm. Hey, Thor. Are we all being punked? Is this whole thing not real? Oh, it's real. It's real. I swear they get some bad boy idea in their head and their loins make them crazy. Swamp possum, that's a good one. That's a good one. But look, I gotta be honest. I gotta be totally honest here. If that was only my choice of men, the hobbits, I'd have no problem taking a vow of celibacy. I'd be good with that. Nope, I'd be good with that. Mm-mm. Yeah, no. Oof, oof. Okay. Now, this, Cathy, please call her Brooks and not Brooke because I turn my head every time you say, oh, okay. Well, oh, that's right. She does call herself Brooks. I did put Brooks in the title, didn't I? And this live is titled The Truth According to Ernie. I thought she was going to put according to Garp, but yeah. Hey, Rachel, good to see you. She put according to Ernie. So I guess he's the end all be all right now? Yeah, no. He's not my truth. But we're going to hear some things in here. But one thing I did find out today is Dolly had actually fake messages claiming they were from Candus. Yeah, hey, Steven's Adventure. But let's get started because this is going to be a lot. And I will be speeding them up because I do want to get to a little bit of Betty. I'm not going to do this whole 2-hour live because I can't handle them for 2 hours. But let's go.
Good morning, Ernie. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
Pretty good. We have a lot of stuff to go through. We've had a lot of conversations. If anyone is disrespectful in
Now,
chat,
I'll remind you, she's the one that ran with the fake neighbor, which was no fake neighbor. It was not. I don't give a shit what she says. That was no neighbor of Chris and Katie's. Number one, because I know who that was. I spoke to him. And number two, also Chris and Katie confirmed it was not their neighbor. They don't have a neighbor, like that. So, yeah. So, but to this day, she still runs with that. Oh, it's so muggy. I'm going to have to turn on that fan. It's driving me crazy. I wish I would have put my little bit of hair up. I thought with my hair being wet fresh out of the shower, it would help cool me down, but no, it's so damn muggy. Anyway, I didn't cover the Summer Wells case. I reviewed a few people that put out some misinformation in it, like Spanky. Hey, Constance Sue. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, it was a very disgusting live. And that's why I'm reviewing it. Because it was fucking gross, man. It was gross. This is a child that is missing. And the depths these people have went to go at the parents without any concrete evidence of anything is beyond. I mean, we've got creators sending inappropriate pictures. We've got them going to their house, making friends with them. We've got them trying to sleep with them. I mean, it's just beyond gross. But let's have at it.
and doesn't stick with what we're talking about, they can be timed out. We normally don't do that around here, but it is what it is. This is about summer. So as we know, Don, Candus, Grandis, and the whole lot of them are still persons of interest.
Excuse me, ma'am. It is not about summer. The summer was lost in this a long time ago. This is about your clicks and views and talking shit with Ernie. It's pretty freaking nasty. But okay.
Why do you think that nobody has publicly been cleared in the Summer Wells case?
Well, I believe that, with the suspects that's involved, that now that...
Okay, they, as far as I understand it, they have never been declared suspects. I could be wrong. But I don't think law enforcement ever declared Don and Candus suspects.
Hawkins County is pretty much out of the picture, and the TBI have taken over pretty much everything. And I even heard that they've asked for help from FBI. I don't know if that's true or not, but I have heard that. I think now that things will get on the ball.
What is with her that she falls for anything anybody tells her? What is with her? No, you are correct. No one cleared, but no suspects. Okay, that's what I thought.
Were you surprised when you saw a new agent was assigned? This Josh.
Milton, Agent Milton. Yes, I love that factor. We actually have people who are in contact with him and know him well. So, and he is a very, very stand-up kind of guy, and I think he'll get the job done. It's a new set of eyes on it, and that's what it needed in the in the middle part of it. Anyways, when you look at something long enough, you tend to
Where does he get this information? He acts like he's personal buddies. Hey, Patricia. He acts like he's personal buddies with this detective or TBI officer, police officer that is supposedly now in charge of the case.
lose interest, I guess you'd say. But then when you put them new sets of eyes on it, that's when it all refreshes over. So it's kind of like, in a way, it's kind of like it's new, but it's not.
Well, this is, also part of it. This is another reason why they're having an issue with the case. This is from the DA in Hawkins County, who, by the way, I believe is a very, very weak DA, but he did say this.
This is a very complicated issue that has been made more complicated by the players in this drama.
Nope. The players in this drama. Let's talk about the players in this drama. We'll start with Dawn.
And I didn't tag Summer Wells in this video. And if I had, I'd probably have a lot more people in here. But I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know.
Was Don home that day or not?
He was.
Okay. That girl, me love you long time. She said players in this drama. Wow. That's what the DA said. Okay, because Candus told Cathy, the friend, that he was home. Candus told her old friend Jenna he was home. Remember,
I don't believe you, and I don't believe them. You don't think that law enforcement kind of knows where he was?
Dale, Dale, that one. I've got a picture of her. She told Dale.
Apparently, G-Ma, he knows it all.
He was home. If you don't remember Dale, I believe that's her right there. There's Cathy, Dale, and Candus.
So they were friends. Big deal. They also ended up not being the friends she thought they were. Huh.
Now, it was reported to the authorities. Bianca Moraes spoke to Ronnie Lawson.
No
Ronnie Lawson
tonight.
And the TBI and FBI are conducting a joint investigation with the sheriff.
This day, you're going to behave, but chill out because you'll get blocked. Not tonight. I'm talking. This is about a missing child. There's enough drama going to go on here.
Office into the disappearance of 5-year-old Summer Moon Utah Wells, who, according to her siblings, just walked out the back door when they were playing and they weren't really paying attention. This really makes more sense to me than anything that the boys just saw her walk out the back door. And if somebody was waiting for her outside and knows how to get into the basement where this mattress was at one time, do you see where I'm going with this, Ernie?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Now, if you can tell me, what did Candus tell you about the condition of this mattress?
Well, only time we really talked about the mattress was because I actually brought it up. I said, Candus, whatever happened with that old mattress that everybody was talking about? And she was like, oh, well, they had stuff. I said, what was actually really on that? At first, she didn't come out and say anything really. She just said, oh, it was just nasty. It was dirty. Kids had peed on it and, used the bathroom on it, stuff like that. And I was like, well, let me ask you a question. Why keep it around? If you're not going to try to clean it or whatever, why keep it around? Well. And she'd always have an excuse. Now, if you go by what Don Wells says in the interview that we go with, he plainly says, whatever predator that came through that back door. Well, we knew that mattress was right there at that back door. We know it was in the proximity of it. Mm-hmm. So, Candus says that Don was home, and this is when she actually finally broke. She says Don was home, and I said, you need to get away from that monster. And she said, I can't. And I said, Candus, I said, look at what all the problems he's caused in your life already. Look at what he's done. Look what he's admitted to. And she said, no matter. She said, he just can't, I can't do it. And, you know, that was after she was on the phone with me crying. This is afterwards. This is what we talked about. Because if you watch that, when she says 2 days, well, you see the first time she didn't get back with me in the 2 days. And she narrowed it down. And then we started texting. That's what people don't understand. We text for probably a month and a half, 2 months after that. And I had her texting a decoy because we was running those predator stings around that same time period. I was having her text a friend in South Carolina. That way I could keep up with text and we could forward stuff to each other. And it was the same numbers. I just told her I had 2 different numbers and she could text either one. So sometimes when I couldn't get to it, she would text the other one because she thought.
And she's buying every word that comes out of his mouth. Every word. I don't believe nothing he's saying. Hey, Debbie Doodles. Good to see you.
Thought that I had 2 different numbers.
Well, because I remember she was with Cathy and Cathy was furious she was on the phone. And you said she called me. And Candus said, in 2 days, I'm going to bring everything out. Well,
she had called me. She had actually called me. And I was sitting in the restaurant. I was actually in the restaurant the first time she called me with Cathy. The first time I'd ever heard anything from Cathy, know anything about Cathy, anything of that nature. There's people, let's pause it for a second. There's people asking, do you care if they have your permission to stream?
Somebody was streaming her live?
And?
They're just asking about if they have your permission to stream.
Who?
Team Rose is one of them. She said to ask you.
I think you have to wait like 30 minutes. I don't know. I don't know the YouTube rules on that. Or you can just wait till after the show and do a separate show. It's not
Why does it keep pausing?
going to bother me. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Either way, it don't matter. Okay. So I was sitting in a restaurant, and I was in a Mexican restaurant, as a matter of fact. And I walked outside because Candus had called, and I wanted to be clear on everything. Because at that time, you know, I knew I had her because she told me about the 2 days, and I didn't answer her because remember I told you, I said that I'm done with you, Candus. You just BS is pretty much, and you're just lying, and you're doing this and that, and I just can't help you. And pretty much, it was like right after the 2 days, it was like the 3rd day she called me. And that's when all this crap with her friend, and this might be, and I'm probably going to get this in order wrong, but Cathy, she was at Cathy's, and Cathy came through the house, and she had said, who's on the phone? Who you on the phone with? And she just walked by her. You could tell that she just walked by her. And she said, Ernie. She said,
wait a minute. He expects us to believe that he was in the process of eliciting a confession out of Candus. Because they were such great buddies. Good night, Patricia. Thanks for coming in. That he was going to be able to get her to confess everything. What's there to confess? And why would she tell them?
No, not Ernie. Fuck, you know, she went to going crazy with it. That's when I knew that. Right then, I knew to change the questions up and started asking. And I could start asking the who, what, when, where, how, the interrogation questions about Cathy, what all she knows and what Candus has told her, pretty much. And then again, we find out that Cathy knew Candus before Summer went missing. I found that out as well.
Now, I found that to be very interesting because, you know, I was raising quite the eyebrow when Cathy, the friend, came out. To me, she seemed like a, you know,
J. Dobbs says he was not at home. Ellie confirmed his 911 call came from a different county where he worked,
lover,
not where he
something.
lived. Why is this acting up? And Summer came up missing. Oh, from the county she came up. Okay. Shows she knows nothing about Summer's case. Yeah, she's believing every word he says. And I know it was confirmed Dawn's whereabouts.
It was a really strange situation. And she said she just started messaging Candus after Summer went missing. Well, if you look at one of the messages that was released, it was from February of 2021 between the two of them. Summer went missing in June. So she knew her before.
Exactly. So, the first question I asked Candus.
What does it matter? As far as I know, she's not a suspect or a person of interest. Just another loudmouth who lied about the whole kit and caboodle. But okay.
About it is I was like, hey, I was just being pretty easy about it and going easy on it. And I said, hey, Candus, I said,
why is this acting so strange?
How did you meet this person? Who is this person? Just playing stupid pretty much.
Right.
And she was like, oh, it's just a longtime friend of mine. I've knew her for a year or two. Well, at that time, Summer had only been missing for like 5.5 months because we joined it like 2.5 months in after she went missing. So I knew then that there was more to it to Cathy. But I didn't know exactly how much was actually into it until Candus had came and she said, I need a new phone. I have to have a new phone. And I said, what's wrong with your old phone? Oh, it's just got a lot on it and it can't do what a new phone can do. Well, I happened to have, at the time, we had a bunch of sponsors and I already had a new phone anyways. And I had a brand new phone in a box. And I said, well, I've got a new phone. She said, you got one? I said, yeah, you coming over? And that's when she came over and I actually filled her tank up, bought her a Mountain Dew and gave her.
Wait a minute. Candus went over to hit Ernie's house. He filled her gas tank up, got her a Mountain Dew, and gave her a brand new phone. What? Constance, you know a lot about this. You want to come up? I'll drop the link. This is insane. This man is fucking nuts.
That phone. She went directly after that, said she was going fishing. She said she was going fishing. She had her fishing gear in the back of the vehicle.
Hey, Callie Den.
She had her fishing gear in the back of the vehicle. So her fishing poles, her little tackle box, stuff like that, what she had. And
she added more conspiracy to the situation and disrespected Summer terribly. That's awful.
She had something in the bag. I don't know. I never really did ask, but she had something else in the bag. And it was that little red vehicle she drove. She came over to Predator Hunter Nation, to our compound where we were set up at. And she came in. She stayed there for a minute. I did a short live showing she's over there. The whole hell of Beirut police and everything showed up because they said we had kidnapped Candus. There was trolls on the internet saying we had kidnapped Candus. There was people saying we're going to kill Candus and all that. So 4 or 5 cops shows up. Tina goes out the door and she has to tell them, hey, it's all good and everything. Well, by that time, Candus had already been gone. The cops gave plenty enough time for her and I to kind of leave. We left. And that's when I filled her tank up. We went and sat. And
why do people believe that Ernie Shell's dying and really sick? Why do people believe that? Because I don't believe that's true. Okay, well, if you change your mind, you're more than welcome to come up. I'm usually on all the time anyway. She went to Tina and Xandu. Ernie was a squatter there.
In a parking lot by where we had filled the tank up, and she went in and got her a Mountain Dew. So we talked a lot during that time, and pretty much that was the first time I'd ever met her, first like face to face physically met her.
Yeah, so, and no one is going to kidnap Candus's ass at all.
No.
I'm going to get to Cathy next.
Yeah,
first, let's talk about this water.
Well, let's talk about a timeline in this part right here. This is a timeline.
Okay.
This was about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Well, I give her the phone. She goes to her favorite fishing hole. So it takes about an hour and a half to leave and go from there. And she says, hey, I just got rid of the 2 phones. I said, you already got rid of the phone? No, I got rid of Dawn's phone and my phone.
Now,
said,
is
"What?"
the phone that
why
Tim Owens
on
wiped?
earth would she tell you that? And it wouldn't have mattered what she got rid of because TBI already had the phones and took all the info they needed. So her getting rid of the phones at that point just doesn't make sense, Ernie, because TBI would have already cleared, like I said, took everything they needed off them phones. You're not making any sense.
Clean.
Well, I think Don, and that's the trouble of it. I think Don had a burner phone as well that Candus had, and she got rid of 2 phones. She said she threw 2 of them in the water.
Gma, you can come up too.
So
Jay,
the next thing you know, on
I'll
the
put your
phone,
link in.
she don't know, but I go live.
And if anybody wants to come up, you can come up. I'll put the link in. Why not? It's one of those nights. I didn't have the heart to ask my hubby to stop and grab me tea because he's going to be exhausted, the poor guy. I'm glad he's off tomorrow, but he'll be too tired. He's got so much to catch up on. I feel bad for him. I got my bedroom tore apart, and it's a mess because I'm putting my little studio in there. Well, I get the little nook in front of the window, but it was time to rearrange it and just tear it apart and clean it and all that good stuff. I think I'm going to paint it.
Actually go live, and I'm being real quiet about it. And she said, "Did you just go live?" But you can hear her. That's when she's beating something by the tree. She talks about a tree, and she's beating something. It's like a metal thing, like she's digging something. And she told me, of course, she told me before I got to go live that she was setting up fishing places where she could put her pole at.
I don't get is it's years later. Hey, Hensley, good to see you. And all they're doing is regurgitating the same crap they have regurgitated for years and twisting it up even more from the way they twisted it the time before. He's trying to bring that phone in that BK tried spreading crap about. I would love to come up, but wifey is asleep. She has to get up at 3 a.m. I have to do daytime to come up. Okay. I was thinking about doing one tomorrow anyway, because I can't do tomorrow. I think tomorrow night we're going to go to. I'm glad they're doing the festival, or the fireworks festival from 5 o'clock on, because it's supposed to be like 103 tomorrow. I feel like 103, which is like not even a whole degree less than what it was today, and it was so freaking hot today. So I'm glad it's like towards evening, because I'm going to wait till like 6, 7 go. And take the kids. There's some things set up for kids, and there's going to be food trucks and all kinds of shit. So, there goes the budget anyway. I'm sure the kids will want a little bit of everything. Lord, and I dread it. But anyway, and then we'll stay for the fireworks. But because ours are tonight, but my hubby got to work. So, besides that, this is like a little festival. So, kids will have fun.
Rest while that she tends to something else. She was setting her new phone up is what she was actually doing, trying to set it up.
I'm going to go through the video. Was Cathy with her at the water when this was going on?
No.
She was alone.
She was by herself, because if Cathy had been with her, hell would have broken loose and she wouldn't have been able to talk to me. Anytime Cathy was around, it was a no. She would grab the phone out of Candus's hand and say, "You can't talk to him. You can't talk to him."
11 hours ago.
She would go crazy with it.
Okay, we have a question from Vet Girl. She said, "May I ask, why is this coming out now?" And she's a super nice person. She's not saying anything.
Good question, Vet Girl. Good question. Why now? Because you're desperate for content, so you're making up whatever you can. Ernie, you're sad, man. You're a sad cow. I'm going to put him in the sad cow pasture. No, that's why I'm waiting to go late, like towards evening. So it's cool. Yeah.
No. That's awesome. That's a good question. You see, it's not just coming out now. Smaller panels like I had in the beginning.
You have fun.
I brought this out. I brought all this out before. Mm-hmm. I brought every single bit of this out, but I wasn't in the Summer Wells community. It was afterwards. Everything. Like I can show you on my.
Why is there even a community about this child? This is gross. These people have built their lives on this little girl. It's weird. And the obsession is beyond. But he's doing it for attention.
My phone, where Hawkins County called me, and me not even in Hawkins County, me sitting in New York City, literally. They didn't have no business calling my phone.
Okay, why would Hawkins County call him about the Wells case? Does he really think people's heads screw up and sit on nightstands at night or something? Ernie is stolen valor. Is that true? I've heard that. Yeah, I know he's fake cancer. And he's been going down that route again. This man is.
He called me and told me lay off the case. That was the second time.
What? Now, law enforcement called him not once, but twice to tell him, of all people, to lay off the Wells case. Who believes this man? Who would even think that that's a little bit true?
Time I got pulled over and I was coming out of Hawkins County. Literally their district was almost up and I got pulled over and then told to stay away. And I told that.
Let me correct myself. So you got a phone call the first time. And the second time, right on the edge of the county, they conveniently pulled you over right before you crossed the county line to tell you to leave the case alone. Dude, who do you think you are? I mean, why would they tell you to leave the case alone? What was you doing? Maybe that's the question that should be asked. What was you doing? Was you close to getting them metal bracelets put back on? I hear you run from them and you got tased. But I've heard you've been in them bracelets quite a bit. So I don't know. I'm trying to find out here. I'm doing a Betty. I'm fishing.
On my lives then. Everybody's heard that.
And just please reassure the chat that TBI has all your information.
Yes, TBI already has my information.
You know what?
Everything about it.
It sounds like that, Jay. It does. It sounds like he stalks up out of these people. Hey, Blue Bunker, good to see you. I'm not that familiar with Ernie, but he is the special forces that never went to basic. Oh my God. Not only do you got to go to basic, but you got to qualify for whatever job you're going for in the military. You don't just because you want it, get it. You got to qualify for it. And then there's additional training. Oh my Lord. And people buy this stuff from him. How? He won't post proof. In fact, he's posted liens. He's full of, oh my Lord. How can anybody believe that he never went through any basic training? I don't give a shit who you are. You going through basic training. You going through basic training. And then you got to take tests and stuff to qualify for the job you want. Oh. How? Wow. People will believe anybody, won't they?
And they have anything and everything. We've always had that open connection portal with the TBI on this very case. And if needed, I can go back and turn emails in and show you where we've had contacts.
And now there's a new agent.
Okay. Well, Ernie, I challenge you to produce those emails. And then I'm going to have an IT guy confirm that they are legit. Because you can fake an email, dude.
Hold of him. Let's go through this video, and we have some questions about where is this fishing hole. Okay, let's go through it. This was clipped from Zab Girl.
Interesting. I just heard it earlier today, so I was gonna wait to do it on a live, but I decided just to upload this as a short little recorded one that you guys can listen to Tell me what you think. And then I'm planning on doing a live tomorrow so we could chat about it and maybe watch some other things and talk about some other things. Just interesting. Those of you that have been following this case and just following all of her interviews and stuff, it's kind of interesting. I'm not sure what's going on with her. If she's sick or, what's up with her. So.
Okay. And if my memory, almost said if my mermaid, if my memory serves me correctly, this was in April of 2022. When Dawn was in jail and she was starting to cohort more with Cathy.
Well, that's when, when Dawn first went to jail, he had Benny Keys come all the way out again, pretty much. And he installed, he had actually installed the cameras. And this is back to when the cameras and stuff was installed and how he had them pointed. So he had them all attached to his phone. When he left, when Benny left, Benny had all say over everything. He knew her phone. He knew when everything was coming in. He knew who was calling. He knew everything. Dawn pretty much left Benny in control of Candus right there in that part. Uh-huh. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. But when she's at the water, that's in the spring of 2022.
Yes, that's the Cathy deals and all that when she was over there at that little, I don't know if she stays in like an RV place or what it is, but
Ernie runs it all. Runs all LE agents, blah, blah, blah. He is 100% for yeah, he is. I can't believe people actually have fallen for this stuff.
Familiar with the area, and I don't know exactly. I've asked her where the fishing hole and everything is before, and I didn't get no answers from that.
Probably because I don't believe you ever asked her. I don't believe you had. Whatever.
Okay, Sassy Cat said, Brooks, can you please have Ernie tell us about what Allison told about Dawn bashing Summer's head with a hammer? What? She said that to several people, and then she alluded.
Are you kidding me? Brooks, what is wrong with you even reading a comment like that? You are definitely in the right place. You are definitely a Lolcows. You are definitely at the right farm.
To the mattress. Can we trust Candus about the hammer? We've heard Dawn.
Yes, because that was actually even in Dawn's interview with me.
Unbelievable. Are you kidding me?
He stated because of the celebrityness of it and everything and the case of it and what it is with the potential of the case. You remember in the interview when he said they probably got rid of the evidence and then they killed her. He was painting his own self in that picture.
Okay, well, that statement don't make sense. You can't get rid of the evidence and then do the murmur. You see what I mean? It's kind of backwards. Dude, what is wrong with you? Why are you saying this stuff? And how have they been able to get away with this shit? Unbelievable. Okay, look, computer, I am not in the mood tonight. Oh. Okay, let me turn this back on.
So, the hammer thing, here's what happened. Summer hit her head when she went in the water. Mm-hmm. We all know that. She already had her head messed up and it was cut. After Hunter left.
What?
After all that with Hunter,
I seen that video of her in the water and I didn't see anything like that. Yeah, there's an extremely low pasture for these two.
Left.
There should be constant.
They took Summer back to Dawn. Dawn was waiting at the house. That faint scream you hear that they talk.
None of this is true. Dawn was not waiting at the house. They did not take her back unconscious. What? Brooks. You really are brain dead, aren't you? You really don't have a working brain cell in that little pea brain of yours. This is insane. And it's not true. None of it.
Talk about was Don Wells. was Summer Wells. And then again, trigger warning everyone, that's when the claw of the hammer came out. And it was it was at that mattress where that had taken place. They even threw, the mattress was bare. What's under that sheet? Because if you look at it, when you look at it and it shows the mattress, there's like a sheet or a double sheet over that mattress. You see that?
So?
Yep, I'm looking at it right now. The picture's up.
That's actually a sheet that held. They tried to draw the stuff up with that. But Candus said Don hit her with the hammer, the claw in.
And you don't think law enforcement looked around this house, right? You don't think they'd have seen any of this stuff. You don't think they'd have thought that there was stuff covered up, What? Yeah, they just left everything there. They didn't bother.
The hammer, his work hammer, as a matter of fact.
This is disgusting.
And I mean, if that's what they said, we weren't there. That's all we know.
Exactly. That's all we can say, and that's all I can say about it.
And I don't believe that Candus told you any of this stuff or anyone else. I just don't.
Because I asked Candus, and she said even the mattress of that, there was fragments on it. There was fragments on it. So
law enforcement just left the bloody crime scene with fragments and stuff. And I know what you're talking about, fragments wise. So they just left all that evidence and just ignored it and, went about their day. What? How is anybody in Brooks's audience? But I got to see the chat. I've got to see the chat. I'm probably going to get really pissed off here. But I've got to see the chat. Unless she took the chat down. Maybe she did. There's no chat. Let me go out and come back in. See if it'll give me the chat. Why won't it give me the chat? She might have turned it off. Because there's no chat, even though in chat, there's no chat. Yep, no chat. Oh, wait, here's comments on the outside. Here's 318 comments. I guess she must have turned live chat off because there's no chat. Brooks is always the host with the most respect. She knows how to call someone to the carpet without feeling like they are being called to the carpet. Huh? She's not calling him to the carpet. All right. Cathy disappeared because Summer's Real Army called her arse out. Oh, there's no real army, but she was not but a liar. Ernie is in the way of justice because he's in his own way. And there's 11 replies to that. Even his name on the title, like, what are we trying to resurrect that fool? Good question, and it's certainly foolish to entertain anything he says. Thank God there's some people with some common sense. You got that right. I agree with you. I don't believe anything Ernie says. He will take a sliver of truth and add all his lying drama into it to make him look good. Most of the time, he doesn't even add a sliver of truth, just all lies. He talks out one side of his mouth and spits out the other side. 1 minute Summer was sold, the next minute she's murmured. He forgets the lies he's told. Indeed, I could tell he's a pathetic liar. Within the first minute I heard him speak. 100, you're on point. Why are you all so quick to dismiss Ernie? Back during the time when Dawn was in jail, Can was very close to Ernie. In fact, I think she fell in love with him. I think she knows more about Summer's disappearance and could have told him things that she shared with no one else. I'm just watching, so I will see how I feel after hearing him out. And already, I believe Dawn was in fact home that day. I have felt this way since he kept slipping up with his words back then. Who was Penny Monroe, and shame on you? Oh my Lord. They cannot be serious. But I can't get her chat to come on. So my guess is she shut the chat off. This is nuts.
There's a lot of speculation
right back.
this because this really made me sick. And Candus, I'm gonna be honest with you. She's probably watching this. To be honest, she's probably in the bushes. And I'm gonna say this, Candus, your time really is running out. If you take that first step, I'll take the rest with you, like I told you, even when this happened. So I think you need to do that. Did I go to the TBI? Yes, I turned everything already into the TBI. And again, at that time, Hawkins County had the majority of it. Even though the TBI was running in assistance with it, Hawkins County was who that knows the most about it, and they had the final say.
Because the thing is Candus didn't start telling these things until after Dawn went to jail.
She was scared to death of him. Do you remember when I called and first started talking, and Candus would talk to me, and Dawn would throw cigarettes and stuff at her? Remember that? He hit her with that. He told her to get in a house or something. She wouldn't, and he threw that. He threw something at her and hit her. Because Candus didn't want me talking to Dawn either. Until Dawn went to jail, Candus got a little bit of free loose and everything, and pretty much a little bit of freedom. And then she started asking people. She wanted friends. She wanted people she could trust. Of course, there was other people that took her for everything she had. And she would talk to me. She would message me. I have text messages that's never, ever been shown, and it can show you that it's from her phone. It's from her phone. So I never brought it out. I never come out with it because I don't put everything out there. I don't put everything out there at all.
And unfortunately, with everything Candus has said, the police still have to prove what she's saying is true.
I think the TBI know exactly what's going on now. I think the TBI knows exactly what's going on. And I do think it will be very, very soon. Something's going to come out about it. They don't just leave these open cases and have people for suspects for years and years. Even you know that.
Oh, I do. All right, let's get to this video. Hang on.
Here it is. Let me know what you think.
Candus.
Okay, this is you on the phone with Candus.
Do you know what everybody's saying about, listen, Rose Bly? What about her? Is she alive still, Candus?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. The screen keeps freezing. Yeah, I don't know. It's YouTube. It's not my end. Sorry, guys. I had to tuck my kids in real quick. I always need to tuck them in. You know. I'm taking advantage of the days because there'll be days when they won't want me to tuck them in.
Okay, I'm walking now. You need to go to the hospital, Candus. You need to go to the hospital. I don't know. Sorry, I can't do it. Candus, listen. Go get help. Go get help. Go get help. What have you done? It ain't COVID. COVID don't do that. What have you done? What have you done to yourself? What have you done? All I've done was fishing.
He keeps telling him that he's trying to get her. Hey, Ellie. Hey, Fox. He's trying to get her to say she did something she didn't do. She just sounds like she's really sick. And maybe a little drunk, but she sounds like she's sick. Not like, this is gross.
Pause it right there. What she had done, she tried to kill herself, overdosing what she was doing.
Whoa. Ernie. I don't believe that's what she's doing. I don't believe you. I think you're a liar. And this is ridiculous. Brooks, shame on you. Really, this is gross. Shame on you.
What?
And that's what exactly she had done. After this is over.
That's not what she said. You kept trying to steer her into that, but she wouldn't bite.
Everything you find out. Well, I found out what she had done.
Of course, you found out. No one else but you. You found out nothing.
Done a little bit too much. And I said, done a little bit too much of what? And she said, are you on live? I said, no. She said, you know. And I was like, you didn't try to kill yourself, did you?
Bob
and then she told me, she said, yeah. She said, I'm sick. I can't handle this.
That's from that show. I love that show.
That's what she said. Is that what she said? And then she tried to go off again. Candus always had a way of
trying
to switch out everything and change the subject on everything she did.
Or
everything. She would tell a little bit.
I don't know why. Now I got my glasses on. I can actually see. Sorry. Al, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Full green light. Ernie doesn't care. No, he clearly don't. Yeah, she sounds like she was sick.
And then you'd have to keep in mind that what she'd already told you. That way, later on in the future, when you go back to it, you go back to that same thing. You go back to that same thing for her.
Okay, and my question is,
she did not have COVID then. She did not have COVID then.
Oh, hell no.
You don't know. Maybe she did. She clearly sounded sick. A little drunk, but sick. And you were trying to bait her into something and she wasn't going with it. Quit lying. Because you didn't.
You're not going to go out to the water?
Guilt was getting her. That's what that is. That's guilt. That's guilt. And you can't breathe and you're sitting there and the memories are going by JP. And you're thinking about your daughter and you knowing. Look, we all know if we do something and we hurt somebody or hurt somebody's feelings, we hurt for that. And we may hurt for days. Can you imagine what this woman's going through? She knows that her man just killed her daughter. Seriously. She knows that. She's holding that in. And I couldn't believe why other people could not see that. She was.
How did you get that from that? Huh? Dude. I think you're the one that's got the twisted, warped mind here. And you're trying to bait this woman into telling you something that isn't true. You need to stop. You're one of the problems in this case. That's why this case got so mucked up, because of people like you. And it interfered with law enforcement being able to do their job.
Losing it. She was literally losing it.
He has no empathy.
That is real. That right there is feelings. Her feelings are coming out, for what she had for summer. But the thing about it is, we all know.
It couldn't be that maybe the woman was really sick, I mean, God forbid, it couldn't be she was puking or gagging or something, no. Oh, my God.
She couldn't be much and let all that go on with what went on. Seriously.
Well, and,
this is gross.
Also, she almost became, a totally different person after Dawn went to jail, because Cathy was trying to get her. This is Cathy's post right here.
I don't believe nothing from that woman. She's no more reliable than you two locals.
Divorced Dawn. She started some sort of online petition. Can't did. She sent it to Cathy. Cathy said, "You trying to get a divorce from him?" She said, "Donnie doesn't know anything about this yet, but I started the process because I can't keep going like this." Now, let me tell you what. Cathy knows a lot. I'm going to rewind this a little bit because
Cathy knows exactly what happened.
I don't know if any of that's true about some petition. I don't think Candus has it in her smarts to even be able to do something like that. But maybe she was tired of the going in and out of jail and stuff, Sometimes you just, you've been through a lot. And maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. This is insane. They act like they know what this...
knows exactly what happened. Exactly.
Exploited. It still is.
To yourself. What have you done? All I've done was go fishing. All I've done is stay on the ground.
She's there beside where Summer's buried at. Summer's buried at the dam.
What? She said all she did was go fishing. You're trying to... And people believed you, Ernie. That's the worst part. That anybody would believe you. when they listen to this?
Tree by the fishing place where she used to rest up. Remember the picture she took of that tree and her back on it, and everybody said something. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I suspect Summer's at that tree, because she always talked about where the red fern grows, where them dogs were buried in that under that tree there. She'd always talk about that. Now we can go from there with that speculation, whatever you want to say. It is speculation right now from people because we can't actually prove that. But it coming from one of the suspects.
No, you can't. She's not a suspect. She's not been declared an official suspect. And you don't know. Maybe it was just her favorite little spot to sit or go fishing. Could just be that. You don't have any idea, but you're sitting here trying to make it like this woman. Oh my God, Ernie, you're as bad as I thought.
Mouths. I think that's all the real proof you really need. What needs to happen is TBI needs to arrest Don and Candus on suspicion. And
for what? Don't you think if they had any evidence at all, they would have acted on it?
And then get them and take them in different rooms, because they've always been together. Take them in different rooms and then start interrogating good cop, bad cop, things like that. Then one's going to break. One will break. And Don's going to blame Candus, and then Candus is going to blame Don. Simple as that. Then you've got one or two liars right there. Take both of them. But anyways, keep going with the this gets interesting. I remember this. Watch what she does. This gets very interesting.
What have you taken? Nothing. Okay. The fucking thing.
Didn't she have teeth? Really? Didn't she have really messed up teeth around that time, or have teeth pulled or something? Something was going on. Yeah, it should be, Jay.
Shit, man. It's fucking cold out here. Okay. Why ain't you? Why are you on the river somewhere? How did I know you was by the lake? How did I know you was by the lake? Who cares? I can hear it in the background. Who cares? Why by the lake? Well, just listen. Listen. Oh, did you go to court Friday? Hold on. I have not went to court yet. Court has not come upon me. Okay, I thought you were supposed to win. I didn't. But anyway, no, not yet. Oh, goddamn.
Right, I remember J-Dog on the Dr. Phil show, because she kept having abscess after abscess. It was multiple teeth.
I tell you what to do, just burp and get it out there. Oh, it fucking happened. I don't know, like, wide open. Right, let's get it out there. Get nothing out. I gotta go lay down. Well, go lay down and get you some rest.
Okay. This is not Candus hungover. This is not Candus that's constipated. This is totally different. We've seen Candus over the years.
This is Candus. It sounded like she was sick. Nothing else. She made that clear. But you people don't want to listen to her. Why do you do this? This is so gross, both of you. And, shame on them. I'm sorry, but Don and Candus never did themselves no favors. They're not the smartest, brightest bulbs of the bunch, and people took advantage of that. Absolutely. Absolutely they did. But they also know how to take advantage. So, it's like, it's a whole weird situation.
We know she is a professional drunk, okay? We know she slurs her words. She says things, but this is not hungover. This is not too much to drink. I hate when people just discount it and say, oh, Candus is just drunk. So where exactly is this water?
That's the $1 million question.
Okay.
That's the $1 million question. I know that she said there's a tree where she always props her stuff at, and she always goes to that tree. And I don't even think many people know where it's at all. I think it's just something she picked up over the years where she does. You know, she does like to go fishing. She does. But instead of fishing, she would sit and talk to me all that time. She wasn't fishing.
It's acting crazy. Hey,
that's why I said that water was so close, but it was so.
Hey, Mr. Nobody. I know I've watched your videos on Ernie. You should jump up. You should hop up here.
So far away as well. Like she was close to the bank and you could hear the water. So that told me during the time some of the water would come in. It's a big body of water. It has to be.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said,
Brooks, Crime Lines and Lies, which she should just be called Crimes of Lies, because she's a and the douchebag Ernie Shell
said she was sick, and she would. I believe that she would have panic attacks, and I believe that she did try to kill herself a couple times. Hold on one second. I got some company.
Hang on, Ernie's got company.
Okay, so what? Move on with your life. Are you kidding me?
I actually took her to her psychiatric evaluation when I first ordered it, and it was in Knoxville. And at that time, she really hadn't driven on the interstate. She hadn't driven very far, so she was really nervous. So I went with her, and then she didn't even know how to work her GPS. So we get to the doctor's office. I sit down in the chair, and the first thing that she does is sit down on the floor and grabs the Legos and starts playing with Legos. When the doctor came from the back, she opened the door, and she looked at me and she said, "Candus." And I turned and looked at Candus, and I could see shock actually in the doctor's face.
Fireworks, yeah, I'm sure my neighbors will be starting soon. Ours are going to go out there soon too, Town Center.
Sitting on the floor, playing with Legos. Like a child is.
Oh my God, I can't watch this. Let's get back.
So, that's probably one reason,
You have got to be kidding. You have got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Why Cathy was so intent on making Candus this little, I got some on my screen, failing flower, I will never, ever know. Let's listen to this again.
Let's not.
What have you done? It ain't COVID. COVID don't do that. What have you done? What have you done to yourself?
Look.
What have you done?
All I've done was go fishing. All I've done is stay on the ground. All I've done.
Pause it right there. Pause it right there.
What have you taken?
She said all she's done is stayed on the ground. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Rewind it for everybody to hear, because right there is where she's always at. Right there, that tree.
So what? That doesn't prove anything. Yeah, the next 20, my neighbors will be doing it all weekend. And my poor dog.
She's at that ground. It's like when we hear the shovel and stuff striking.
I mean, I swear to God, them people spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on fireworks just to be loud and noisy for days.
The heck it is. There's something there that she draws her to it. And she still goes there to this day.
I'm that bitch mama bear.
I should have got the kids some little stuff, like little sparklers and stuff. I think I will, but yeah.
A lot of conversations with Allie, and Allie mentioned many times about this fishing.
He told two different versions of the story about what happened like 2 weeks ago. Why am I not surprised?
Whole tree, etc., etc. I've heard it in their conversations.
Fishing. All I've done is stay on the ground. All I've done.
All I've done is stayed on the ground. Stayed on the ground.
What have you taken?
Nothing. Nothing.
Okay.
Not a fucking thing. I fucking took shit, man. It's fucking cold out here.
Okay. Why ain't you? Why are you on the river somewhere? How did I know you was by the lake?
Who the
How did I know you was by the
fuck
lake?
cares?
I can hear it in the background.
Who cares why, by the way?
Well, just listen. Listen.
Oh, excuse me.
Did you go to court Friday?
Hold on. I have not went to court yet. Court has not come upon me.
Okay, I thought you were supposed to win. I didn't know. But anyway,
no, fucking not yet. Oh god
See,
damn.
that right there should show people he don't know her. He don't get details from her. He didn't even know nothing about the court. See what I mean? He's fishing.
I tell you what to do. Just burp and get it out there.
Oh, we fucking down.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, I can't listen to that.
Oh fuck!
What time at night was this?
Oh my God, it's been so long ago. She would always go in the evening time. It would always be in the evening time. Like when she left Predator Hunter Nation, and she went to her fishing place. She got there, and I think the call was around 6 o'clock from 303 from about 6 o'clock or something when she actually called me back. She was messing with her phone. Now this may not be this time right here, because I talked to her a couple different times.
I've heard maybe 4 or 5 the last month alone, all from Ernie on different lives. Wow.
This right here. This is when, like, I mean,
Yeah,
she said
she was fishing. She made it clear she didn't do anything, but they still twisted that all up.
Tina and Sandra, I said, look, this is getting her. This is breaking her. We're breaking her. But it's a slow process, and that's what it was with Candus. It was a very, very slow process to do anything. This is not when she admitted anything to me. It was probably a month and a half till we started really getting into it. Like we had to build that rapport up for each other to understand each other. And then, I mean, like from this point on, this was like messenger talks. This right here was like messenger stuff. I couldn't call her from the phone, because if I called her from the phone,
exactly,
Benny Keys knew exactly when I was calling, and then she would look down at her phone, and I'd be like, "It's him, ain't it?" Yeah. Every time I call, Benny would call, "It's him." She'd be like, "Yeah, it's him. It's him." So
was that your competition for? Is that what you considered your competition to get your supposed confession out of Candus, Benny?
And that was to me that he had so many controls, like he had, the app to their cameras on his phone.
Yes, he did.
What?
I got a couple of questions.
Wait a minute. They're saying that Benny Keys had the app to control the cameras at Dawn and Candus's house? They actually had cameras that worked?
Bit to Cathy.
Yeah, for sure.
Jules, the True Crime Reactions, love her channel. I quit covering the Idaho 4 case because I keep up with it on my friend Jules' channel. She has a great channel. You guys, if you're not subscribed, get over there. She said, okay, so hear me out. Maybe she was retching because of smell if a body was there. Just saying.
Oh my God.
Any comment on that, Ernie?
Couldn't be, because maybe she was sick. Couldn't be, for the simple reason that she said she was sick. She probably overdrank. Usually when you drink too much alcohol, you puke and you heave. I don't know if that's the case, but I do know she was sick. She was heaving. It couldn't be that simple for y'all, huh? Don't sub up to that nutcase. She not if Brooks is telling you to. And by her question, yeah, no.
Can you repeat that over? I was fixing something here. I couldn't hardly hear it. It went in and out.
It's okay. She said, okay, so hear me out. Maybe she was retching because of smell if a body was there.
No, because you wouldn't. This had to have been months and months later, correct? Months and months later? Yeah, chances are no, especially if it was buried. But okay.
Like blah, blah, like she's digging in the ground. Yep.
Because just because EquiSearch didn't come across anything, or the search, doesn't mean Candus can't go to the exact place where she knows.
Well, EquiSearch didn't even go down toward her favorite fishing hole, and nobody even knew where it was even at. So that was out of the question.
Oh my
EquiSearch,
Lord, that's insane, Jay. That's insane. Have you seen when he thinks his van is talking to him and he has a brain chip in from the government? Are you kidding me? Do you have clips of that on your channel? Yep, controlled by microwaves. Yeah, he gets a little too excited, Constance. Too excited.
They searched around the areas, but this lake, I mean, if you go to Tennessee and you're in Tennessee, I don't know exactly what state you're in or whatever, but there's lots of places that could be her favorite fishing place.
That's not just in Tennessee. That's every state. There's lots of fishing places, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, we have another question from 2 Boston moms. She said, is this the same day Ernie met her and gave her the phone?
This may have been. I'll have to look. Like I said, it's been so long ago, and I've been off of it, but this may have been. I think it might have been because it was.
Yeah, you've been off of it. No, you haven't. You guys have never let this go. You people have built your lives around it, and Ernie, you leave Sebastian's case alone. The last thing they need is another piece of shit.
Kind of dark. It was nighttime, and she only went there. She would fish in the evening. Candus would never fish in the daytime. She would fish in the evening time.
Oh,
because that limits her
visibility.
That limits her visibility. That limits people seeing her actually go there.
No, you haven't missed
where she's
much.
at and everything.
Really.
But
I guess you have.
What got me really thinking, because I wrote it. I even wrote all this down in a notebook.
Ernie Van playlist. Oh, I'm checking it out.
Is when she says, I've been on the ground. I've been on the
Yeah,
ground.
my husband had favorite fishing holes. That doesn't mean you're a murderer because you went to your favorite fishing hole. Candus likes to fish. That's not a secret. He couldn't bait her into saying she did anything. But yet he twisted it anyway. And people believed it. That's the worst part.
Like, I knew that Candus didn't care about, cleanliness and all that, and she would dig through the ground. But she's mourning, and she's literally like, this is guilt. When you hear that coming out of her mouth, and you hear that little strange noise, that's what people do when.
No, Ernie, it's called dry heaving. She was dry heaving. That is not that. Stop lying. Are you now a doctor or a nurse? Because I was.
They find out that they just lost a loved one, and that's what that is. And she knows, because you can imagine it'd be 10 times or 100 times even harder on a normal person or on her than it would be a normal person because she's responsible.
What?
That's what it is. It's guilt.
Couldn't be that she was dry heaving because she's sick. Couldn't be that, right? Couldn't be what the woman tried to tell you, but you refused to hear. Brooks, you heard it, but you refused to hear it as well. Y'all are a bunch of tunnel rats. You belong with Betty and all them. Y'all stay in this tunnel and you can't get out because you can't see beyond that tunnel.
It was guilt. And I'll say that to this day, it was guilt.
Mm-hmm. Coco Pop has a great comment, and I remember Dave.
I think, and this is just my opinion, he recently told a story about helping in the essay of a woman. Oh, Lord. Don't forget, Ernie got involved in Summer's case following directions of a psychic. Oh, you have to go. Okay. Well, thank you.
Radar saying this. He was on duty, Ron. He's always said she could have been moved.
Well, like, look, when she was hitting that with a shovel, and that was brought out to me, that was like right after she had thrown the and here's the thing too, they had a little army-like little shovel thing in the back of her car where her fishing stuff was at. There was a shovel. It was a little small, like, have you seen those spades? It was like a spade. That's what it was. Mm-hmm. So if you're talking about that, then it couldn't have been dug deep far. It can't be dug deep far, and it might have been moved a couple times. I don't know that. That was never brought up, and that was never discussed because, of course, we never got.
Because it's not true. It's not factual.
to whether or not that was actual body that was Summers, in that. Everything got destroyed pretty much right after I started talking to Candus and putting this stuff together. When I prank called Don Wells, you remember when Don was out, remember? When he got out, I prank called him. And I said, "This is Mike. Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy? Right?" Well, he's a Predator Nation. And I got him to talk. What I was doing is, I was testing.
So the hammer and pillow are new to the story? Oh, dear Lord.
In his mindset and seeing what I could get over on him and what I couldn't get over on him. That's all I was doing, just to see if he would just try to double verify me. A lot of people don't do that. They automatically assume that you're the person that you say you are, right?
Yeah.
That's very dangerous. That's what predators do these days too as well. Now, what I did is I just tested his mind.
From what I understand, you are a predator, so I guess you know what you speak from, huh?
Mindset, his skill level, and seeing where his mind was actually at. Of course, he had been drinking a little bit or something, maybe a little bit of drugs or something. But I had him in a comfortable position. We turned the water on. I was by the kitchen. We turned the water on. That way you could hear the water in the background, because it's a proven fact. Any kind of interrogation, your body automatically relaxes. Your body relaxes when you're around a stream. When you're around a stream or water. You ever notice when you're out picnicking or something and you go by a stream or something, how you sit there, you want to sit there a little longer and you kind of like just start relaxing, and you get that second deep breath that you don't have nowhere else. You go and you relax.
Yeah,
when
you have cool air, you're listening to the water, you have more
oxygen. When I heard Don doing that, that's when I knew to make my move. Of course, we had Tina, Xander had him on record, Tina had him on record, and we had another computer device that we had set up that also had him on record. And then that's when the questions started. And if you listen to that interview, do you have that interview that you could play for these people? Because it plainly tells you out everything that Candus has told for the last 2 times, whoever the 2 people, or beside me, whoever the other person is, and they keep naming the hammer. Don pretty much paints a picture, just like a serial killer would, of what he done.
What? When did he paint a picture? And how is he like a serial?
The summer in this whole thing. And when he says they had to get rid of the evidence and then they killed her, is what he says. Well, you don't just get rid of the evidence. You don't get rid of evidence first. You get rid of the evidence after you use what you used to do it. But he was talking about sexual assault and what happened.
Well, let's talk about that. And I don't want to put anything more on Summer than is already there. I mean, she is missing and she had a horrible life. I mean, I'm sorry, that house is disgusting. She has parents that put everything before their children. I mean,
well, let's say this right here right fast. Before they become in the public eye, before they was on the Dr. Phil, before they was public, you have to go back to that, because that was when it happened. You see, in the public eye, people are different people. They was God's gift to everything in the public eye. You know, Don was Christian and all this. Hey, brother, I'll pray for you, right?
No, that's not true. Ernie, that you haven't told the truth about anything yet. They've never been looked at like that. They have been tore apart from the get-go. They've never been...
But what was he doing when Summer actually went missing? What kind of person was he? That's why you got to do your field interviews. And the people I talked to around that area would tell me, all it was a sex house. Yeah. They would go up there, even with the kids. They didn't have nobody to watch the kids. There would be people having sex in the next room, high off their damn head. They'd be so knocked out, they didn't even know what was going on and who was even in there with their kids. They'd have 4 or 5 different people up in that little small house, and the kids' bedrooms. Well, you know how it was. You've seen all the remodeling they did before, even it was after, right? It was a sham. It was nasty. It was hell. There was condoms. Hell, when me and Xander went up there to take the pizza up there to Candus, the house was so damn nasty. There was condoms in the floor. There was condoms laying on the floor.
I don't doubt it, because I've heard all these stories. And honestly, I've heard some of them from Don and Candus.
So, you know, it does not take rocket.
Wow. I knew their place was dirty. I've seen pictures, but I can't take these people serious. I cannot believe
Scientists put this together, and everybody's not.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely staying in the yellow tonight. This is not getting monetized. Not with the language he's used. Yeah. Where the hell is everybody at?
Interrupt you. I just want to remind the chat again that we're here for Summer, and that all of this has been turned into law enforcement. What they do with the information that is given to them, not just in the case of Summer Wells, but every case, is on them. You know, they have to prove what they've been told. Now, I have a question from Vet Girl. Love you, Vet Girl. Cotton Simpson, do you know of or about him? This came up with the whole Fred situation.
Never brought up. It was a two-party situation. It was Candus and Don.
Okay, all right. I have another question. A couple people want to know how you got involved.
Okay, so there was an old lady and an old man that had a bunch of files, and he said that the law enforcement we didn't know nothing about the case, guys. The day Summer went missing, we was filming our first child predator bust over in the Newport Park.
Oh my God! Why does he lie to people about that? That's not true. He wasn't part of no predator force. He went at night and never went into the house. Jesus. He did not go inside and couldn't see in the window. Oh my Lord.
So an hour away. During that time, when I was talking to Department of Homeland Security and
Ernie, shut the hell up. You never worked with the Department of Homeland Security or nobody. You may have been being interviewed for being a potential criminal, but you did not work with them. Stop it. People, how can you believe this?
the sheriff's office, I had on my phone. That Amber Alert was coming across my phone. The Amber Alert was coming across my phone. And I was looking at it and I was like, look at this, check this out, guys. This ain't that far from us. And that was before we even done the predator bust. We was actually...
Yes, he went and Benny Keys called the cops and he ran. It was dark late at night. There's a video. Yeah, I've seen a video of him running from the cops. This is fucking nuts. This is insane. Sorry, I'm checking something. Let me turn this back on.
Talking to the sheriff's department about Michael Whitaker, who worked for the sheriff's department, who was the link to the Homeland Security. We was talking with him, and he was saying, "Well, you guys go get this guy, and we'll be ready for him. We'll be ready." What we didn't know is it was a championship ball game, and every little kid and everything was there, and he had been walking for 5.5 hours waiting on this child, or waiting on who he thought was a 15-year-old. To meet him for online for sex. He was going to take him by the tracks or whatever down through there or something, and it was all on the chat logs. So during this time, Summer Wells thing just kept going, rant. You know, there was like 2 or 3 different ones of them, and you know, we looked into it, but we never really associated ourselves in with it and didn't get into it until those people a month and a half, 2 months later, it came to us and they said, "Look, you know, here's the files, They gave us a big old packet of maps." Everything. I mean, I didn't even know what we was getting into. And of course, we jumped into it. I contacted Don Wells, and Don Wells had agreed to an interview. He didn't know us from Adam. He had heard about us, but he didn't know who we were. So, with that being said, Cher had canceled the interview. That's when Cher was his money maker, or that was when she was making all the money, and she was pretty much Don's go-to person. So Cher had canceled the interview. Well, hell, I'd already said no because it's that day. We was just going to drive down there. I didn't even know where he lived at. I mean, we had a Hummer and we had all the gear. We had everything with us. We had the whole team of Predator Hunter Nation, and we was going to do that interview. Hell or high water. That's the way it was with me. You know, I didn't give a damn about anything else. I cared about that damn interview. And when I jumped into it, you know, I jumped into it too soon. And all we cared about was, you know, finding Summer. That's all we cared about. And of course,
no, that's not true. If all he cared about was finding Summer, why all this? Why lie to the extent that he's lied? Okay, well, Tina is one of the predators. A predator.
You know, with all that, that's what happened. And of course, Benny Keys that night or the next night had contacted me because I thought he was just a radio guy. I didn't know who he was. I wasn't on YouTube like that. I didn't know who he even was. You know, all I was a private investigator at that time. That was it. I was a real life private investigator.
Was he a real life licensed private investigator? Because I've heard different stories. He also jumped out the Hummer on the highway and ran from the guy in the Hummer. Oh my God.
Investigator, and I was licensed in 10 different
And
states.
he knows all this stuff is out here, and he still runs with these lies. That should right there tell you something. But what's even worse is the people that support him and believe this stuff. You know, maybe I need to start doing these crazy antics. I was doing great having, fat chats and stuff, Maybe I need to, I don't know.
I worked for ASI. We would take on contracts, whether it was people who act like they got hurt. We would work on workers' comp. We would work on different things. Just depends on what contract was. Hell, they had me down in Texas doing things. But anyways, Benny Keys contacted me. He said, yes, sir. He was doing his proper lawyer talk like he always does to try to get in. And then he goes to his slang. But he was being real nice and professional and all that. And I was like, okay, cool. He's like, yeah, I got a big show and I want you here and I want to interview. And then all that, that's when it all happened.
To leave it on top of the car.
See through the windows. You could see through the windows. The windows were clear. Little block squares. You could see through the window of her door. And that's how you could see how messy it was inside. I mean, you could just look through and you got a vision of everything. You could see condom wrappers and like actual condoms.
I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. Wow. He's nothing but a LARPer. This is insane.
4 foot from the door, like literally, like 4 passed out. And you can see, I see her feet, or I see some part of it. That's what I said. And, but she never would open the door. So we left the pizza on top of the car, whatever happened.
So you never even looked, the door wasn't even opened. You said she never even opened the door. So you've seen shit.
Happened with the pizza.
It was dark.
I know we was out about 28 or 29 bucks.
Yeah, I saw the pictures and God.
And yeah, and then we went, and then Lisa and I, we went and bought dog food, cat food, houses for the cats, dog supplies. We spent like $135 in Walmart, and we took it over to them and everything. So there was a live about it. There's actually a live about it. Do you remember the police when I was up there? They got a flat tire, and I scared the sheriff's department to death when I walked up on them because they didn't hear me.
I don't remember that part now.
Benny Keys had called the police. Hell, he called the SWAT team, I believe. I don't know.
Okay.
He was on his live calling the police.
Or is it?
Go ahead.
Real Rockin' Robin said she saw that when all that went down. Yeah. I didn't.
Every time that I would even say, hey, I'm in Hawkins County. What could I be doing? Like that. Just to test how Benny would react. Because I wanted to see how he would react to it. And of course, he would call the police. Oh, he's threatening Candus right now. I'm her overseer. I'm her, I forget what word they was using for that. He was their, help me out here with them. What Shara was, what Benny was, what Tim was, their manager, whatever, their agent, whatever it is. You know how they did. You got to go through them to talk to anybody. That's what he would do. And then again, Hawkins County would come up. Hell, they pulled us over. They pulled me and Xander over that night. Remember that? We got pulled over that night. When we took the pizza, we got pulled over.
So sad for Summer. It really is. I really want to talk about Cathy for a minute. I really do. And then we're going to talk about the NDA that Dawn wanted you to sign. I know many people had to sign it and a few other things. First,
I'm the only one. Let's do that first. I'm the only one with that NDA. Hell, there was puppies given away. There was people loving everything and all that. But I'm the only one that didn't sign that NDA. And a matter of fact, I told him, I said he can stick it up his ass. There's no way I'll ever sign an NDA when it comes to a missing child. I'll never take money for a missing child, and I didn't. I never did. When I talked about Summer Wells, I would remove my Cash App and PayPal. There's only one time that I got carried away on a live that wasn't even about Summer Wells because my heart was so much into it and passion that I started talking and I actually had my Cash App up. That's the only time. And then somebody reminded me and I removed it. That's the only time. So everybody else, Benny Keys, his 76,000 and all that. Like when he would have Candus put in aluminum foil, Candus said he would have her. That was his idea, to put the aluminum foil on her head and make the little twig sticking out of it. And they do 12-hour lives. And she said she'd be so tired that she didn't even want to do it. And he raised like $8,000 or $9,000. And he would remember when I showed you what, from her Cash App to his, she showed me everything that he had gave over to her. It was like $75 one time, $25. There was a $50 and a $10, but he made thousands of dollars. That family, let's say that family wasn't suspects. And they were actually innocent people which they're not innocent anyways. And they were innocent. And they needed that money to survive on or whatever. Well, they didn't get that money. Benny Keys got that money. Benny Keys made $7,000 or $8,000 in one day.
Well, then why can't he get out of jail?
Oh my God. His mom has bailed him out so much, he's paying for his crimes now. He's paying for what he's got to do. Money don't mean that you're going to get out of jail all the time. I mean, his mommy would get him out of jail as soon as she could. But now, I guess he's paying his stuff. I don't know. They may have fell out. I don't even know. I don't know nothing about Benny Keys now. Don't want to know. So.
Well, let's talk about Cathy, the friend, because she came into the picture months before Summer got gone, in quotes. She had a crazy relationship with Candus, and she just disappeared from YouTube. It could be because CPS came to visit her, because a person of interest was living with her. It could be because of the pills. It could be because she had the box with Summer's jacket for a very long time. I don't know. I mean, she got caught lying when she said that she took the box to her local law enforcement and they didn't want it. Well, why would they? It's not their jurisdiction. Take it to Hawkins County. Take it to the TBI. You know, you drive all over Hell's Half Acre to camp. Why didn't you take it to the appropriate person? So this is something from When Evil Enters, talking about these two. And I've got more.
You know, it really doesn't matter what you two idiots think. What matters is what law enforcement thinks. And they have not been declared suspects. But let's move on with this. What is this? What is this?
They don't give a shit about what you thought.
Well, I do give a shit about my daughter. It's fucking Ernie. Fuck you, Ernie.
Okay, that's you yelling at Candus saying you don't give a shit about your daughter. Candus goes, I do give a shit about my daughter. And then Cathy gets mad that she's on the phone. Do you remember this night?
Yeah, she got mad because she said, who you talking to? And she said, it's Ernie. And she said, no. And she comes through her and she says, F you, Ernie. And she's like, oh, I'll just be a minute. No, she didn't want her talking to me.
Let me turn on the closed captioning. Maybe that'll help. Hang on.
They don't give a shit about what you thought.
Well, I do give a shit about my daughter. It's fucking Ernie. Oh my God. Stop yelling.
Wow.
Please stop yelling. Please stop yelling. Hello?
Yeah,
So,
Gma, this
Cathy,
is
the
ridiculous.
friend, Cathy, the Christian,
there.
is just yelling, F you, Ernie, F you, Ernie, F you, Ernie. After you say to Candus, you don't care about your daughter.
Please stop yelling.
Yeah, exactly.
Please just stop yelling.
I ain't got nothing against it. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, like I said, you know.
But I feel like you played me, though.
How'd I play you? Did I get anything from you? No, I didn't.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
How did I play you?
Okay, now listen to her voice. The thick tongue, the almost sounds like Jody Sue a little bit. Okay, according to Cathy, the friend, Candus didn't have a drop of liquor the whole time they were together. Now, this is the reason I'm saying between this video and the one of her by the fishing hole, it's a big difference. The one by the fishing hole is her retching from something making her physically sick. This is our can't drunk.
Wow.
But, well, because I feel like every time we talk, which should be personal talk, it goes on.
Ernie has a son that he signed over the right to, so he didn't have to pay child support. What?
On the internet.
Wow.
You were supposed to came out and talked about it. They would have. You could have turned everybody to your side. You could have turned everybody to your side.
Your standard time, not on my standard time.
Your daughter's been gone 10 months.
No shit.
Well, when was your standard time? When is your standard time, Candus?
I already know.
When is your standard time?
Well, it takes a lot of me to go public with a lot of that problem. Like, I can't comprehend that shit. Like, it's easy
Pause
for you
it
to
right there. Pause it right there.
Fucking, hey, I do this and I do
I started that question
that.
off.
It's easy for you, but it's not easy for me.
It's easy for me to do it, Candus, because I'm real and I really do care. I wanted to bring your daughter home.
Yeah, you don't think I fucking know?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think BK wants your daughter home?
No, he don't. He don't give a fuck less. Benny Keys don't give a fuck about nobody but himself.
Let me ask you a question. When is your time? When you gonna tell everybody what happened?
Man, okay, look. Give me 2 days, and me and you are gonna go live.
At this point, I'd already turned it into a TBI. At this point, it was already turned into a TBI.
Give me 2 days.
I'll give you 2 days. I need to rest anyways.
Give me 2 days. Yeah, you need to after I see what happened.
Well, you be good. Get out of here. Go get rest. 2 days.
2 days, bro.
2 days. Well, I'm giving you 2 days, and we'll go live. 2 days. I'm scheduling right now. What do you want me to say?
Hey, Ernie. Just talk. Don't say your face. Don't say my face.
They know it.
Hey, Ernie. I'm telling you right now. Quit fucking with her.
She called me. She called me.
Well, all right. Well, if she called you, that's only because, like, you know, she's pissed that everybody keeps on fucking doing what the fuck they're doing. They're like making that fucking bullshit, and it's bullshit, man. You don't make up fucking shit, fucking back your fucking ass up. You know, it's.
And the week before is when Candus and Cathy went live with that Amazon wish list, which everyone thought was for Candus and Benny, but it was for the two of them to have their summer of love.
Well, if you listen to the first of it, I'm wanting Candus to admit by that time TBI had already known everything they needed to know about it. They already knew everything. I'd already turned everything in, what she said, what had happened, all that. After this is when all hell really breaks loose. But listen, if you look in the front of it, when she's starting to talk, she stutters a couple of different times and she don't know exactly what to say. When she's saying, this is hard on me,
her damn daughter's missing. Of course it's hard on her. It would be hard on anybody. And then she's got you idiots. She doesn't have the mental capabilities or capacity as most. Not to mention she's got substance abuse problems and alcohol problems. Financial problems. I mean, you name it, she's got it.
Pretty much. Giving it away right there. She's giving it away. That's why Cathy's standing right beside of her. And then that's when
that Cathy needs to go.
Both of them are throwing the subject off is what they're doing. That's why it's taking them so long to answer. Because if you look at me, I'm hitting them with open-ended questions. Every question I'm asking is bam, bam, bam. Like when she says, you don't think I care about my daughter? Notice there was no response from me. No response whatsoever. And then I went to BK. And then I knew, I was like, what BK and all that. No, BK don't care about my daughter. But the thing about it is, the fact of the matter is, I hit her with open-ended questions so she would break. And she did. She did. So when people put all this other stuff and all these other characters, in the Summer Wells case, every week there was a new character. There was a new character every single freaking week. A new character was introduced, right?
Oh yeah, all the time. And that's why the DA said this. I mean, listen to what the DA said. This is important.
This is a very complicated issue that has been made more complicated by the players in this drama.
Yeah, the players in this drama. People like you guys that mucked up this case. People like Bullhorn, Betty, and JLR, and Dolly, and Molly, and Ernie, and Benny. All of you guys. You all interfered in this case. And then, the whole neighborhood was all about a hot mess. It was just a whole mess.
I mean, that's the prosecuting attorney of Hawkins County saying by the players in this drama, and Cathy is one of them.
Let me tie it together real fast for you because I've got a lot of things. I've got to get to the doctor in New York City. I've got a lot of driving to do. I've got about 9.5 hours of driving. But listen, Let me just say this to the people. She was hurt in the swimming pool.
I remember people asking him for his DD-214, and he couldn't produce one. I don't believe he was ever in the military. But I can find out real easy. I just need his full legal name and birthday. I can find out Friday morning. I'll be able to tell you what branch, if he was actually in. I'll be able to get a little info. What dates, but I don't believe he was.
Or not swimming pool, but the swimming hole, okay? She had got hurt. They rushed her home. She was knocked in the head. The pillow was placed on her head and she was suffocated. That's why, in one of the interviews, Candus missed about the suffocation. She said, I'm suffocated, remember?
Yep. I find it hard to believe that he was in the military. I really do. Hey, Big Sexy.
That's why Benny Keys had to have the pillow and the shoe and all that stuff that he took with him. Now, here's the
Mr.
thing.
Nobody, I could get deets. Trust me. I shouldn't say that because we don't know each other, but I could get the deets if I wanted them. I can tell you if he was, where he was, how long he was at each place, everything. But I don't believe he was there. I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna look now. I gotta know now. Now I gotta reach out. You remember that commercial, Reach Out and Touch? Yeah, I'm gonna just reach out though. I'm not gonna touch. I'm just gonna reach out. I'm sick of people that steal valor. I come from a long line of military, and so does my husband. In fact, my husband was Navy. My brothers have retired military. My brother was an MP his whole military career. He was military police his whole military career. My nephews, my other brother, my sister, a whole line. Cousins, my husband's dad, my husband's uncle was a lifer. He did 3 tours in Nam. It's like,
It was on the mattress. It was actually, the mattress was used. And they need to find whatever happened with the mattress. I think it was all thrown out afterwards and all that. That's the whole thing about it. If you listen, Don is the one that come through the back door. When he says on the interview, he paints a picture. He says, whatever predator come through that back door.
Hey, Melissa,
well, I thought Summer just wandered off. So that killed that theory. When Don told me they had to come up with
Troll Channel cartoon. It's in your email. Okay, do you mind if I show it a little bit?
Timeline, and they had 8 different timelines that they come up with. Listen, you don't just come up with a timeline. You remember exactly what happened. Hey, whoa. You're not allowed just to come up with a timeline. You can't do that.
Right.
They had all this time to come up with that. The thing about it is, Don thought he's going to get blamed for her head injury, that she'd hurt herself in the water. He knew CPS was coming the next day, and he had to make a rational decision, and he did. That's the fact.
Okay,
that's the fact.
Yes, it can't be both she was smothered and both the hammer. Because we know Candus has spun a lot of stories.
No, she was hitting the head with a hammer, and then where she was, the scream that they heard, the faint scream, he put the pillar over her.
Oh my God, I can't listen to this anymore. Oh, I couldn't see it. Thank you, Hope, because I didn't have my glasses on. I couldn't see it. Thank you. You were the best.
Head and he smothered her. That's it. That's what she said. That's Candus's exact words to me. And that makes perfect sense. Benny Keys had to have the pillow. Benny Keys had to have the shoe out in the yard.
Well, and let's talk about the timeline. And I don't mean the afternoon of June 15th, because we'll never know that, because no one's going to tell the truth about that.
Look, even Jody. God almighty.
You wouldn't believe it if they did. It wouldn't matter.
It was controlled. She said, yes, it was controlled. I knew then. I knew I was right the whole time in this when I told everybody what was going on. But here's the fact of the matter is, I have PTSD myself from my brother and what he done, and him a serial killer. I have that. I can't help that. So sometimes, things happen.
What?
Shouldn't happen. So I can't control that. This case broke me so bad. This hurt me so bad.
Wait a minute.
I had to get off of it.
His brother was he's telling people his brother was a serial murderer? What? Now, I'd have definitely heard about that if that was true. And you could bet that'd have been his content for... Oh, my God. Brooks. Dude, I thought you was bad with the fake neighbor call. This is even worse. Wow.
I had to get off of it. We had all these people coming at us. We was stalked.
I don't know, Gma. He says it. I'll back it up just so I know I heard him right. I swear that's what the man said.
And here's the fact of the matter is, I have PTSD myself from my brother and what he done, and him a serial killer. I have that.
There you go. It's true. Oh, Mr. Nobody, you got to fill me in. Shelby only murmured a man, not a serial. Mr. Nobody, I wish you did live so you could come up. You need to start doing panels. You could use a voice changer. I don't care. I don't need to know your identity. I like the Mr. Nobody, the secret.
Can't help
Dino
it.
Discovery.
So sometimes, things happen that shouldn't happen. So I can't control that. This case broke me so bad. This hurt me so bad.
Why?
I had to get off of it. We had all these people coming at us. We was stalked. Benny Keys was throwing everything he had at us.
Let's take a deep breath because this is not about Benny. This is about Summer.
But it ties in of the money situation and all the money.
That's the aftermath. Okay, so June 14th, Dawn said to 2 separate news stations, June 14th, CPS came to the house and this was about BB guns.
All right, Mr.
All
Nobody.
right. Then he tells Clyda Trent.
Wait a minute. His brother, Shelby Shell, is in jail for the Ronnie King murmur in Everett, Kentucky. So not a serial. It's bad they even do one, but he inflated it. And did he witness this murmur or something that he's, got PTSD from it? Okay.
That they want to do a physical on Summer on the 16th. He also fires Dudley on the 14th, and Dudley said he wasn't acting like himself. He was looking at his phone and...
Well, I guess not. His daughter's missing. How did you want the man to act? His daughter was missing. CPS is involved with the other kids. With his boys, his life's a freaking mess. It was already a freaking mess. It's even a bigger freaking mess. Him acting a little different. That's totally understandable.
Looked a little melancholy, I guess you can say. So he tells Clyde
remember
Trent,
CPS cleared them right before this happened. Because I know people were always calling on them, and sadly, just because your house is dirty, I've seen them work with the parents to get the house back in order, even give them parenting classes, cleaning classes. I seen this. Seen the one where the case manager would actually come, or the case worker. They would have a specific ones assigned and show her how to clean and help, The other one would just sit and eat all day in this roach-infested, filthy apartment. That lady would sit at that table and eat the food that she was giving her. I was so gross fucking out. That case manager had to go. That was gross. She didn't do her job. All she did was sit there and eat. And there was roaches everywhere. I'm not kidding you. But those kids ended up getting taken because nothing, The state, they tried everything. They really did. They tried everything before removing those 3 babies. But, when there's roaches in a baby's diaper, it's time to go. Okay, you've been working with the mom. Nothing's changing. It's time to go. And she went on to have 4 more kids on top of the 3. Living in a tent in somebody's yard. And every time she popped one out, they took it. And she popped another one out. Gross.
The CPS is coming back on Wednesday. Then, lo and behold...
Okay, number 1, they don't tell you they're coming back if they're coming for a complaint. Because a complaint was filed. they have 24 hours to answer, to follow up that report, and they don't let you know they're coming. But if you have scheduled appointments with them, which could be like parenting things, how to take care of your home, I mean, they will do things to try to keep the kids in the home as much as they can. But they're not going to tell you they're coming for an inspection. Okay, that's just not going to happen. They're just going to, I know, I fostered for years. Sometimes there'd be a pop-up at 8 o'clock at night, you know, because they don't want you to know they're coming. The whole idea is to show up and see how the household's maintaining, how your parent, you know, how the kids are. One morning, and this is some shit, I was in the middle of vacuuming. It was like 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning. The kids got out of game, and, you know, I couldn't say no. They said, come on, just play one round. So I got the vacuum cleaner between my legs sitting on the couch. You know, I'm sitting, my feet on the floor, and it's sitting leaned up against my legs. I turned it off, of course. I'm sitting there playing, what the heck is the puppet game with the dice thing, you know? I'm sitting there playing that. There's a knock on my door. It was, you know, case manager just doing a public visit, which they are required to do at least one in every 30 days, within a 30-day time period. Here, anyway. But yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm a mess. I'm still in my PJs. I got the vacuum out. Only half the carpet was vacuumed, but my house is always clean. And she just got a kick out of it. She goes, I can't believe you paused what you were doing just to play a game with them. I'm like, well, of course. My little girl turns around and says, Cathy always plays with us. I was like, good girl. Yeah. But I'll do that. Yeah. Nah, I still do it. But yeah. But this is bullshit, because if they're coming to do an inspection, they do not tell you they are coming. Oh no, Sir Duke wants out. He knows I'm getting ready to play Betty.
Summer goes missing on Tuesday. Then, of course, you know, YouTube and things like that get involved. But Cathy knows a lot more.
She does?
You there, Ernie?
I don't think she did. I thought she was pretty full of shit too and exploiting the hell out of this case, but okay.
Yes, hold on 1 second.
Okay, let's go back to this video.
Like, come on.
See, when your text, it's acting weird.
And it's frustrating.
YouTube's talking to you.
And it's bullshit. I'm just telling you right now, man.
Right.
It's fucking bullshit. And I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks. Your fucking daughter, and your daughter was motherfucking missing.
Did you all hear
wouldn't want a bunch of people making
Skern on Morbid's live? The whole family are murmurers. Wow. Why am I not surprised?
that fucking bullshit about you.
No, but
that's probably why he hasn't made it as content. Yeah, me too. I'm getting fed up with this.
My ass will be out there trying to find.
So Ernie has told a few stories of his family members as having murmur people. Oh my lord.
Trying to do everything they can to do it.
Yeah, well, look. You know, they told her she can and she can't do it.
Who said that?
That's what people don't fucking everybody has said that. Hawkins County said you can't go do this, you can't do this. You need to fucking listen. It ain't as easy as like getting up and going out. You don't know what the fuck Dawn did. Like her and I was talking. You know, like who in the fuck knows that what the fuck he didn't do, like have something with her, you know, whatever. It doesn't really.
That's one part of it. Candus is starting to look at my messages, so I'll hold off on a little bit. Again, guys, I'm probably going to take a couple breaks because, like I said, I'm really tired.
But this is around the time Dolly faked messages from Candus too, if I'm correct, if I remember correctly. I think Traders was saying that the other night.
Well, and the sad fact of the matter is the 2 days didn't come. This is the issue. If you guys watch this little clip I have, this is why Cathy, the friend, besides for whatever reason, she was 100% into Candus. If you watch Candus's reaction here, she was head over heels.
I don't think so.
In love with Ernie. Watch her here when he pops on another panel.
Who was head over heels in love with Ernie? Ooh. Why? Ooh.
Yeah, it's Ernie. Is that Ernie?
Yeah, that's Ernie.
Yeah, that's Ernie.
Okay, come up, Ernie, if you want.
Yeah, he needs to come up and say hi, the old stranger.
Get up here, Ernie.
Everybody's saying that you ditched me the other day when you come up here, which I know Ernie's in and out all the time. So Ernie don't.
Yeah, he ditches everybody.
He does. Trying to call him for weeks. He freaking won't even answer his phone.
I know. Ernie's just Ernie.
Unless he wants to be mean to me. That don't sound much.
But yeah, I mean, he's more than welcome. Don B, if you want to come up here and you got things to say, well, you need to come up here and apologize to Candus. This is your chance to make things right. There's Ernie on.
I'd like to talk to Don.
Hey.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Do you remember me, Ernie?
I do remember you.
Okay.
We got clips up here.
Okay.
Hey, stranger.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Oh my God, is that Candus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
Candus,
she can't be too much in love with him. Apparently, they didn't stay in contact.
Looking pretty good today.
I'm trying my best.
Her
That's
hair's
good.
all long and stuff.
She's doing good, Ernie. She's doing
It
real
looks
good.
like straight and dried up and got your headphones set on. Lord.
Yeah.
Living the good life.
I love you,
good.
Tinky.
That's her new nickname, Can.
Can.
Tin
What's
That's
today's
what we call
conversation
Betty
about, y'all?
around. We call
Don B and his bull crap.
He's making T-shirts with Summer's name on it and selling it. This right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why would he do that? He ain't got no reason to be doing that.
Well, right.
He's supposed to be doing that.
And he's the one that's been stalked.
Okay, we don't care about Don B. But the
Oh,
whole
my
turning on the
God.
camera, she wanted to make sure Ernie sees her, the whole 9 yards.
This is a whole mess. And sadly, Sebastian's case it is going to has reached even worse. And it's not looking like it's slowing down at all.
That's the reason, in my opinion, we don't have to agree, that she was opening up to Ernie. And Ernie was
No, she wasn't. They clearly hadn't had contact for a while. I mean, look how much longer her hair is. That doesn't happen in a couple weeks, okay? Especially with her fine, thin hair. What are you talking about? Brooks, what is with you, man? You really cannot be that naive.
really close. I don't know how many recordings he has. I can't speak for what he has sent to TBI, Hawkins County. Ernie, you're muted.
Yes. I mean, a lot of people say that. The thing about it is, I was natural on it. I did what I could. I got what I could at the time that I had allowed. And, that's all I can say. I don't talk about the case no more. It bothers me a lot. It still bothers me. But the thing about it is,
You don't talk about the case no more. That's not true.
go out there on a wild goose chase when good and well that I know that something's going on.
Yeah, they have.
So, and I already know pretty much.
I appreciate you even talking to her for 2 seconds. Now, I don't know if you remember this, but this is when you confronted her with the information about Dawn in the shower with Summer.
I remember this.
Do you have time for this? And
Yes,
then I'm going to post it on the show. Okay.
Yes.
Don't mad about it. Like literally, like it just set him out, like something to set him out.
Okay, I'll ask him about who he's talking to on the phone. That really pisses him off.
Let me ask you a question. When he's around you, when he's around you, and he's sitting here doing this right here. When he lays his phone down, does he lay it where it holds up like this, or does he lay it where it's down like that?
No, it's usually upside down where nobody can see anything.
Right. Why do you think he does that?
I don't know. He don't want me to know who he's talking to.
Right, exactly. What's the worst thing you've ever caught him doing? Nothing crazy now. Nothing crazy.
No. I'm not even going to say this online because no.
Okay.
I can't do that.
Okay.
No.
So
that's something I'd have to tell you in confidential, in private.
Okay. I understand that.
But oh god, there's about 1,000 things I can think of, but
right.
I'm sorry. You can believe what you want about Candus and Dawn. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. They are not smart enough. I'm sorry. It may sound harsh. They are not smart enough, nor clever enough to pull this big of a deal over all those law enforcement's eyes. You know what I mean? There's just no way. But what happened is this case got so derailed because of people like this. I don't know.
I've never been to your house. I don't know what it looks like. Is it like a little trail that goes into the woods and stuff?
Man, I don't know. I don't go out in these woods.
Okay.
I stay right here at the front porch and right here where the vehicles are, and that's all the further I go. I don't go into the woods or into any freaking stupid trails or whatever anybody has said.
Right.
Fun fact for all of you. Fun fact. Candus says, I don't go down trails. I don't go in the woods. We know she's scared of the birds, the snakes, the coyotes. However, when she did a live a few weeks ago, a month ago, I guess, she was talking about some stray dogs on their property, and she had to go in the woods to find them. Now, what do you think about that, Ernie? That she can go into the woods to rescue a puppy, but not look for Summer.
Well, that just goes to show you she never joined the chat, or she never joined any of the searches at all. There was no searches even joined. She didn't care. They was in a hotel when the main search was going on. That just tells you right there. I mean, what parent would not be joining a search for their own child?
Well, law enforcement would ask them not to search. Honestly, it's really best that the parents don't search. Ernie, I thought you know so much.
Well, I mean, on June 18th, 2021, her and Grandis went to a water park.
Exactly. Notice in the video you just played.
No, but Ernie was nearby the day she went missing. He was like 25 miles away at Spot Point. Oh.
She said, I'll tell you about that in private. The reason I asked that question about embarrassing something, I knew she wouldn't on live say it, but I was testing her feelings out and how far she actually would go and what else she would give me. And that's why she said that. I'll tell you about it in private. I was just testing the waters out. That's all I was doing. Testing the waters out.
Yep. There's June 18th. There's her and Grandis at the water park.
Yeah, I've always wondered about FH as well. I really have.
3 days after Summer went missing, having the time of their lives. The time of their lives.
And let me ask you this right here. Let me ask you this question. I want you to answer this question.
Sure.
If you knew what happened and you was a part of it, and things say that, like what I'm telling you, what happened, like if that's what happened, what I'm saying, would you take your time to look for your missing child and you already knowing the answers? No. You wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have that heart to go out there and look for a child. You already know. So why would you join a search knowing that, hey, they're not going to find her. They're not going to do this. It's a waste of time because you already knew where she's at in the first place. Think about it.
Oh my God. No, they're not going to join the search because law enforcement is going to ask them not to. I mean, it's pretty standard procedure in any missing child case. I thought you knew so much, Ernie, and I thought you were involved with law enforcement and they talked to you and all this other stuff. You're a clown, dude. You're really a clown.
Well, I mean, I'm not looking for my keys right now because I know they're in my
tons of pics. And the church took them to help the kids cope.
purse.
There you go. Bingo.
I'm not looking for my car right now because I know it's in the garage. I'm not looking for my cat right now because I know he's in.
He said he was going to save her and bring her in on a helicopter. Oh my God.
The bed sleeping. You don't look for something when you know where it's at. That's the reason they didn't take up with any of these searches. No parent would not participate in a search. Not a one.
You're a liar, Brooks. You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, there's lots of parents that do not, because law enforcement doesn't want them to, for good reason. They don't want them to be the ones to find them if it's not a good situation. They also don't want any possible evidence messed with. Brooks, I thought you claimed to be true crime and you claim to understand. You should know that right from the get-go.
One of them. No way.
They wouldn't even lift a finger for a search. And you know, and I'm not going to talk about nothing that's going to trigger nobody, because that ain't what it's about tonight. You know, I'm just trying to, do what I need to do and get everything situated before I've got to do what I got to do. But
right. I hear you.
So
I hear you.
We are you happier now, Candus?
Am I happier? Well, I'm
No,
happy,
I mean,
but I'll be really happy when I get my boys back. When I get my babies back, then I'll be really happy.
No.
I mean, I'm okay. I'm happy to a point. I mean, it's just me and the dog here, but I'm happy to a point. But without my kids, I'm not really happy.
Right.
My kids were my world, my everything. Anything that ever meant to me were my kids.
Well, you see, they are your world, not were your world. They are your world. Remember that. Always have that.
Right.
Be positive.
Sorry,
Be
I might say backwards, but
it's okay.
they are my world.
We
I don't want. Without them, I can't go on living and breathing. Period. End of discussion.
Right. Let me ask you a question. If you could say one thing to your daughter, what would it be?
One thing to my daughter.
I mean, you can say a sentence. If you could say a sentence or a phrase or a paragraph, what would you say? Anything.
I'm praying and hoping that whoever. Has her, and whoever has done something with her, will please bring her back home to me, because I miss her and I love her with all my heart.
Now let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You said whoever.
Now, this is a week after she said she had to put Summer to the side and she has to focus on the boys because the boys are alive. I showed what Daisy said in her chat, that Candus said both her and Fred say Summer is dead. I mean, come on. I've got a few questions in here. There's something that
look, unfortunately, life does keep going. Life doesn't stop because you have a missing child. She does have other children. It's not that she's putting her aside. It's just life has to go on. She does have other kids to live for.
it needs to be deleted. If you tell me who said it, I will find it. And no, members don't get timed out. If we have to delete something, we'll delete a comment, but no, members don't get timed out. So I'm getting stuff sent to me and I don't know where it's coming from, but no, we don't do that. So what did you think about that?
Well, again, she lifted no hand to find her own daughter. She knew, and then she's focusing on the boys now. The fact of the matter is, did you notice what she said about her boys? And I called her on it. Were is past tense, and are is present.
Mm-hmm.
So that right there just showed she give up on everything pretty much.
I remember when he was on Morbids now, and then those two went at it. I remember that.
Give up on her boys. At the right,
I watched
right
some
amount,
of it, not
anything.
all of it.
This person here, when you say, what makes me mad is, and I still look at it today, is this. When you have these creators who uphold Don and Candus and take them riding on a little four-wheeler, look at the cow, let's ring the bell, that stuff, knowing that Don Wells himself said, hey, I've been in places where these children are currently at. That right there to me says, hey, Don, turn your man card in right there. Any man that can say that and admit to that There's nothing to them. There's nothing to them. So, not trying to get off on subjects, but as you see, Candus didn't care. Candus didn't care. And that's what I was doing in that whole interview there. Candus did not care. And I was proving that by what I was saying.
Well, I mean, here's proof right here. I mean, she's at the water park with Candus on July 18th. I mean, come on. I mean, is that not proof?
Proof of what?
Look at that shit-eating grin.
Proof of what?
When you think about it, when you think about it, and you think about the purpose, look, there's always a motive. The motive was Dawn was done if CPS would have got their hands on Summer Wells, knowing the next day. It was a rational decision, and that's what happened to Summer. That's exactly what happened to Summer. Dawn was running out of time, and he knew it. How does this happen?
Exactly. The boys needed their attention. They had other kids. It is what it is.
Let me ask you a question. Tell me one family you know that people have went missing more than one or two. Think about that. It don't happen.
I've said that a million times on this channel. I said that's like
I get so sick of them. Rose's disappearance had nothing to do with this and wasn't even in that area.
Those are lottery odds. It's one thing you can't find your child in the store. Your child got away from you at the zoo. Your child is playing with friends. But you have two people in one family that poof, vanished or gone. And you also have a lot of people that surround the Wells that have died.
Look, the fact of the matter is, when she hurt her head in the pool, or not, I mean in the water, if you would have went straight to the hospital with this child, who's going to be called? We all know the police is going to have to be called, right? Mm-hmm. Or CPS, where they've already got a case, right? They're going to be called. Then that further alongs Don's escape. You see what I'm saying? He don't have that escape now. But now he's got a day. If he don't take her to the doctor, if they would have took her to the doctor, the CPS would have been involved. The doctors would.
No, why would CPS have been involved? It would have been a swimming accident. She hit her head swimming in the water hole. That's not abuse or neglect. That would not have required CPS. So I don't believe you, Ernie, and I didn't see anything about her hurting her head. And besides that, if that would have been the case, why not take her? It was an accident. CPS would not have been called. Police wouldn't have been called.
With a cap and done whatever, but the CPS would have been notified that this happened. That would have made a more rational, made them make a rational decision. Now, Don knew that. Don knew he had one day and one day only. That's why it happened like it did. It's as simple as that. He paints the picture. They probably, they got. He says it plainly in that live. If you want to continue this, look, I'm not going to be doing no more lives for a while until my health gets better. But if you want to continue this and gather more information, like interviews and stuff with this, I would more than be happy to come up and talk to you about this. Okay. Because
he had one day, huh? I'm sorry, but if your child and you are at a swimming hole swimming and they bump their head, they're not going to call law enforcement and CPS. You clearly don't know what the hell you're talking about. And are you going to be another one whose cancer just goes away because you only have a little bit of it? You know T-Rev 757? Because he only had a little bit of it, and it just went away.
You're true. You're a true person. Other people is in it for the money. They're in it for not Summer Wells. They want Summer Wells not.
Yeah, I'm going to probably early in the day. Because tomorrow evening I'm probably gonna do something with the fam, but probably early in the day.
To be found and all that. They don't want to know the truth. They put it out here and they grift off of it and they extort. They do all this stuff with this child.
How people run their business and how they run their lives is not how I do things.
No, it is not.
But these people drive me insane. There is a little girl missing. Now we talked about Cathy. And it's been speculated, well, we know that they met before Summer went missing, that there is a pill connection there. Obviously there was a run to the hospital on June 15th. Now, some people will say, oh, that was just a cortisone shot. I mean, I don't know. You don't need to go to Walgreens for it. Then you see this from our girl, Can't. She's talking about Cam, who, by the way, I think his decline is because he became friends with Dawn and Candus. I've seen a lot of people spiral after getting into their web. There's Can't saying
Well, it's those NDAs they signed. They're best buddies out of that. No, they change. They're against them, and then they meet them, and they sign an NDA. They're giving up.
Wait a minute. Who's signing NDAs? Don and Candus are not smart enough to even write a freaking NDA.
They're giving a bone, and the next thing you know, they're all gone. That's the way it is.
Yep. You get a free dog, and you sign an NDA, which that is so stupid because we're talking about a criminal matter. I can prove that right now because this is from TBI. Foul play has not been ruled out, so there is an open criminal investigation. So here.
No, that's not true. Just because foul play has not been ruled out, there was no evidence of foul play to rule in. It was a missing child. I'm done
with this. Can't saying she busted Cam snoring pills.
Okay, I don't want to hear about that. I know about Cam and Allie's problem.
And Cam and Allie and them getting involved with the Wells is why they are, I mean, don't get me wrong. They have accountability to own up for too. But that is their spiral. That is their spiral. Because they were doing just fine. Okay, I want to get to this part.
Whoever has her, right?
Yeah, because I don't know.
I know you don't know. Do you know if
you're fucking making me cry?
What's that? It's all right. It's okay.
You made me cry, dude.
It's okay, sweet. It's okay. You know, Candus, I know you got 14 years with the man. I know that. This is crushing you, Candus. Pause it right there.
Uh-huh.
I already had the information on Don and Candus before I went into it. I knew they'd been together 14 years. Look at the look in their eyes when I say I know you've been together for 14 years.
Uh-huh.
She didn't know that. And she thinks I know more than what I know. But what I'm trying to do is get her to pull her part, and that way I can make a connection that I'm right.
They both said, okay. Wrong. That I have heard from both sides that Candus and Cathy, and they both said they met a good 2 months after Summer went missing. No, they're not responsible for Cam's choices.
Does everyone in the chat see that? What's her change? Rewind it there. When I say that.
No, that girl. So all this has been put out before. He said, and we're revisiting it. Yeah, we're going back through. I mean, everything that she spoke. Well, not everything. That would take a long time. Everything she spoke to Ernie about. But now look at her face. I mean, look at her face when you brought up the 14 years.
It's crushing.
I mean, wouldn't it anybody still lost a child or a child that has had anything like that? I mean, who the hell wouldn't it crush? Oh.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think is it crushing Don right now?
I don't know.
Wow, he's really trying to get her to say something, even if it means he has to put the words in her mouth. Wow.
How does he act? You see how he's doing you? You see how he's doing you in your heart right now? If you put a mirror onto him, is he showing the same results right now as you are? Is he having the same symptoms as you are?
A lot of money off her.
I don't know. I don't see him.
But you talk to him on the phone, and I can hear it through your voice just as plain as day. Do you hear it through his voice when he talks to you?
Well, today I talked to him on the phone, and for the first time since he's been there, this is the first time I have heard him even be upset or hurt or anything like that. Today was the first time I've ever heard that in his voice.
Is he hurt because of Summer, or is he hurt because he's in jail? What do you think?
I can't really tell, honestly. I mean,
right. You know that night that I was talking to him? Do you know that night that I was talking to him on the phone?
Yeah, well, it's not.
Gladly go over it. What happened is, he was mad. He was mad for her talking to me because he was in the house and didn't know she was talking to me. When he come out, he asked, he said, "What did you say? What have you said?" Bam! He hit her. You can hear it. It's on a live. He's actually alive about it. And she said, "I didn't say nothing." He hit her with his fist.
What?
We're on live. I don't think he knows that. We're on live when this happens. He gets her to the door and he hits her again.
Did he just literally say they have this on video?
And he said, that he calls me that, but you could tell in his voice. That's what got me saying, hey, wait a minute. But she's admitting it right here. So we all know, and I was trying to get her just to, hey, yeah, and she did say, hey, yeah, he was hitting me. So why would someone hit someone on the phone? Because Don knows who I am. Don knows my past. Don knows exactly what I used to do. I was a bounty hunter over there where he lived at for 18 to 20 years off and on. And I was a private investigator for 10 different states. Don even says it in the live. I've looked you up, man. I know who you are. You did. But he knows.
You've told so many stories, dude. I don't think you even know what your life was about. You told so many stories, you can't keep them straight.
But by God, you can see when he finds out, he hits her hard. You hear the lick through the phone. And she's, and then he hits her again. And then
he does these fake little traps. He tried doing one the other day for some weirdo. Following kids on Facebook, but did nothing. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I'm thinking about just staying home myself too, because my dog's terrified. But then the kids want to do something, I don't know. Yeah, stitching. I got you.
He goes to the door and he pushes her through the door. And I mean, it's in the live. She plainly talks about it, and you can see it in the live. You can find the live, and people have it out there.
And I don't advocate for domestic violence at all, but I mean, have you, contemplated that the abuse?
I didn't hear her say that any of that happened.
Goes both ways in that marriage.
It does. But when Don's mad, he's scary mad. And that's what she knows. And that's why she's not brought it out, because she understands that.
I mean, but the fact that she let the things go on in the home the way she did, I guess just to keep a roof over her head, tells me a lot. Now let's get to this part.
Maybe when I get out of my little situation, me and you can have a little talk to talk, heart to heart.
Yeah.
You can buy me some spaghetti.
Yeah. Why don't I just make it? Why buy it?
Hell no, I ain't going to shit. We're going to meet out in a nice little public restaurant.
Oh, you got the googly eyes.
Spaghetti, because in the prior ones, she'd already stated that, hey, I can make spaghetti. Remember when we was on, it was the Prayer Gardens Live or something. That throwed her train of thought off, and I knew she was going to give me a rapid response like, no, I can make it. Boom, there.
Yeah, she wants you up there with the best sheets she can get from Dollar General. And, Don's always talking.
Nope, I've not been able to confirm any story except the Jason mask is slightly true, but he was stealing other people's work. Yikes.
About her damn spaghetti. It's spaghetti, ketchup, and hot dogs. And you're like, oh, hell no. We're going to go somewhere and eat. We're going to sit down and talk about this. I'd have thrown up in my mouth if she had said that to me.
If everybody sees what I done to her right there in the chat, put a 1 in the chat, because it was a gotcha moment. When I said buy spaghetti, I knew she wanted to make me spaghetti. I already knew that. But I knew that by saying that, I would get a rapid response real quick.
Yeah.
Sometimes when people give them
I don't believe in DV. Yeah, she really said that.
Rapid responses out is when they tell a little bit too much. And watch what she does. Now I'm back on her side. She's giving me the googly eyes. I know I can ask her about any other hard
She
question.
didn't give you any eyes. She said she'd make it. Why buy it?
And watch what happens.
And I
Go
would believe that from Candus, because they're not the type of people that will go waste money going out to eat when she could just make, they don't have money like that.
Okay.
Don't want to go back in there.
Maybe when I get out of my little situation, me and you can have a little talk to talk, heart to heart.
People are too much.
Yeah.
You can buy me some spaghetti.
Yeah. Why don't I just make it? Why buy it?
Hell no, I ain't going to shit. We're going to meet out in a nice little public restaurant or something like that.
What, you might be going to kill you or something?
I don't know. I met a girl one time. She tried to.
That wasn't googly eyes.
My God. Look, I ain't killed nobody thinking my spaghetti.
But you're growing stronger, Candus. A lot stronger now.
I'm trying to.
Have you had anything to eat today?
Do you have any food this morning?
Do you have any food?
Man, I'm not worried about food. I don't worry about money. I don't care about all that bullshit. All I care is my daughter and my boys. That's the only thing I care about.
Let me ask you a question. One more thing. And I'm going to get off of it because it hurts me too. It makes me spit up blood. But
Well, don't do that, dude.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Listen, that is a good movie. I want you to watch that if you get a chance. Okay.
All right. Watch 411.
Yeah. What? Not no damn YouTuber. Watch the movie or later.
Yeah, I'm reading across the thing. Ernie, tell her to watch 411. I get it.
Okay.
I heard
The movie.
Yeah, the movie 411. Yeah, got it.
Right. So let's do this. Look at you. I got your undivided attention right now. It's like a little school person in class sitting there waiting like, teacher, what am I learning now?
You just ask her to listen. So she actually is. You're not a good you can manipulate somebody like Candus, but dude, you'd never get to be able to manipulate me. You're too simple-minded.
Okay, you're all ears.
Exactly.
Okay,
what are you gonna tell me now?
Okay, so check this out. Just one more question. I don't know how to say it. I don't want to offend you, and I don't want to do that because we're friends, and I don't want to do that.
Just fucking say it.
Okay, I'll say it.
Damn.
You're not friends.
I heard, and I don't know if it's a fact or not, that Don, your husband, used to take showers with Summer. Is that true?
No.
Yeah. She recalled to the left. Did you notice that when she looked over? That's a lie.
No, it's not. She did not have to hesitate to answer that. That is not a lie. If you know anything about the good old Dr. Phil show and all the body language experts, she was able to answer that very quickly, very clearly, so she didn't have to think about it. So therefore, according to the experts, she is telling the truth. I ate a sandwich.
We're going to see this again. I'm going to go back through it because he told Molly go lightly. She was in her kitchen. She about passed out when he said he took showers with Summer. He told other people, Candus rarely showers. So he would start the shower and the kids would come in there with him. But she goes, no.
That doesn't mean he got in the shower. He would start the shower for the kids. He didn't say, I got in with them. Brooks, what is wrong with you? Seriously, what is really wrong with you? That you would do this?
Look at this again.
Is that true?
No.
Yeah. Okay. He never took showers with her or nothing like that. And that's true. That's not true, right?
Stitching, that's cute the way you said that. In the yarn streets. That's cute.
Okay.
Okay. He never did.
Yeah, the fake cancer thing has him deflecting as much as possible. Yeah. And you know what? Traders isn't letting up on him, and she's showing receipts, Jack. She is showing receipts.
Showers with Summer.
You took showers with Summer. Okay. Did you ever see him act any way like abusive towards Summer?
No, I can honestly say that Donnie loves Summer with all his heart. You know, boys are gonna be boys, so it's different when a little girl comes in the picture because that's a daddy's girl, right? Okay, that's the way it is.
Did you know that Don told Molly lightly that he did take showers with Summer?
No, I did not know that.
I don't believe that he told Molly that. Stop manipulating and playing with her mind.
There's a video recording of it. Of him saying he did.
I didn't know that.
Hold on a second. Can someone, can anyone get a video recording of that?
Hey, and then Greg, happy 4th. We're getting ready to move on. We got to look at some bets.
If that did happen, it did take place. Like I said, I don't know much about the case. If that did take place, let me ask you a question, Candus. If that did take place, and you see a video of him saying that,
I've lost. That pisses me off.
How are you going to feel?
I'm going to flip the fuck out, man. I'm going to flip the fuck out for real.
So if you hear a video.
Okay. There is a video out there. He said it to more than one person. She goes, I'm going to flip the F out. I'm going to flip the F out for real. She knew. She knew.
She gives herself away like twice already.
When True was at the house, her and Hunter, okay?
That's her father. Number 2. I would take my 2-year-old in the shower with me. Sometimes it was just more convenient. Sure, I'm not the only mom who's done it. Yeah. But you said yourself that he would start the shower. That means he was turning it on and getting the water ready for the kids, and then the kids would come in. He didn't say he got in the shower. And don't ever take anything as factual or real from Molly Golightly.
I don't know what was going on, you know. Who knows? One of their parties. It's safe to say Can't never flipped out. True said Dawn went to bed. Candus stripped Summer naked and said she has to go sleep with her daddy, and he always sleeps naked. And I thought,
no, you're not repeating stuff like that. Brooks, what is wrong with you? I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe that for 1 second. Hey, Maureen.
oh, wow, this is a far stretch. Then we go to Springdale, Arkansas, when the police showed up because they had kids in their hotel room, which they weren't there. Anyway, she told the police, I have to, knock on the door first because he sleeps naked.
Did you also notice, have you ever heard of...
Doesn't mean that she undressed Summer and told her to... You're a pig for even saying that. Because you don't... Oh, my God.
Part where how Don sleeps naked, he sleeps upside down, and the kids sleep on the other. You know that?
No, I never heard that one. Nope, I never heard that.
This is fun.
That's what Candus said when I mentioned all that stuff about the shower and the beds. Of him saying, yeah, I took showers with Summer.
No, she actually said no.
Fucking go off. I'm gonna. Somebody better have bail money.
Well, you can't get to him, obviously. Now, come on. You can't get to him. Now, let me ask you a question with this. If that is true, are you going to call him in jail on his little machine there? What would you say to him? What would you say to him?
No, I'm going to wait until he calls me tomorrow, and then I'm going to unleash something that's never been unleashed before.
Really?
Yeah, because that is unacceptable.
These people in the chat.
No offense here, Candus. I know you're not the brightest bulb in the patch, but look, you were always home. You would know if your daughter and husband are showering together. I mean, you would know that. Also, they're making it sound like what it wasn't, and they're playing with your mind. And they continue to this day to do this. Why you can't see these people for who they are, all of them, I don't know. But, yeah, I'm not believing this.
I mean, don't play with me, dude. Do not play with me.
Listen.
You're holding your tongue?
Melanie, read across the screen, Candus. I won't lie to you. Read it. There's a reason I asked that, because I know you didn't know about it. Read across the screen, Candus. Don did say that. I heard it too. He did say it a few times, yes. Don definitely said it. It did. I heard him saying it. He did.
The kids weren't in a hotel room with them. Don's daughter had a room also.
How did you miss that? You see, I know you missed that. That's why I asked the question, Candus. You see?
Oh, Jay, I'm about done here.
I don't care that she missed it on YouTube. How did she?
I'm going to move on to Betty because this is making me sick. I agree with you.
She miss it in her own home?
It doesn't happen.
It didn't happen. She knew.
Number one, it could be something as innocent as she was a toddler and dirty. If it even happened at all. But you people are making it sound like it's something horrific and something gross and disgusting. I can't with you, man. I cannot. You people need to leave these cases with children alone. You are twisted, sick individuals. And you lie, and you're good with it. You have no problem looking in that mirror. You both should be so ashamed, but you won't be. You won't be. Gross.
She knew why CPS was there, as Don told the news, for Summer's 3-year. She knew why they were there on June 14th. He fired Dudley that day. He couldn't have any spying eyes on him. She knew that Summer was supposed to have a physical on the 16th.
Okay. If he did fire this Dudley, I just can't imagine Dawn having employees. But anyway, it could have been just, whatever. His grunt, whatever, that he probably paid hardly anything. Because they didn't make a lot of money. And a lot of times Candus would go to work with him. But why do you keep bringing that up like it's so important? It's not important.
She knew to be as busy as possible on the 15th. That was a very unusual day for Camp.
Well, they had to have their alibis all set in order and everything for what was going to happen.
It was an unusual day because one of the kids had to have a physical. My kids get a physical every year. Once a year, whether they need it or not, they go to the doctors and get a physical. But my daughter goes every couple of months because of her medication or ADHD. But that's not a big deal. It's nothing to get worked up about.
This Summer, either way, whatever, had no choice in the matter. That's sad and that's sick in the same
Hey,
direction.
Rachel. I probably already said hi, but I'm saying hi again. Okay, we're gonna.
Summer
move
never
on.
had a chance. Yeah, and that's what makes me cry, to be quite honest. I mean, she never had a chance.
Shut the hell up. You people don't have any idea. You've got this in your head because of people like Ernie and Prayer Gardens and Molly Golightly and Boar and Betty and JLR and Dolly. And that thing in the wall, share that thing in the wall. You got this twisted, and that ex-police officer, what's his name, Chris McDonough? Yeah, that piece of shit. Listen, you've got this twisted, warped thing in your head that you think they had to be the worst people on this world because, one, they were poor. Two, their house wasn't clean. All right, it wasn't. But that don't make you a bad parent because you don't have money. And honestly, I think Candus functioned as well as she could. I mean, I don't know if there was a lot of things she was even aware of that should have been done that wasn't done. I don't know how to say this without sounding really harsh. I mean, the IQ level. I mean, come on. Sometimes the basic understanding. You people jumped on all of that. But I'll tell you what, every video, every picture, and a lot of the pictures were spontaneous. They weren't posed for. You could tell by the picture. Those kids looked happy. They looked happy. They weren't skinny, scrawny, looking like they'd never eaten, skinny, scrawny. Not at all. Did they let them play outside and get dirty and everything else? Absolutely. They lived in the country. What else is there to do? But the kids looked happy. Are the kids better off where they're at now? I don't know. I don't know who they're with. You don't know. No one knows what their home life is like now. You don't know. It can look great from the outside, but on the inside, it can be a raving freaking nightmare. I've seen it in the foster care system. Unfortunately, I've seen it. It's not as rare as you think. I don't. Who's to say who they're better off with? Are they better off with someone else because Candus and Dawn can't give up their substance and alcohol issues? Do you think she can't have some decent parenting classes and housekeeping classes, which I think someone in her hands-on classes, not video classes. I'm talking about actual hands-on classes. So she's learning how to do it so she can do it on her own. I don't know. It's what if the things could have been done. Why didn't CPS try to do more is what I'm saying. They'd been to that house so many times. Why didn't CPS ever try to do more? Because like I said, I've seen it here where they have went to all out to try to keep our mom and kids together, you know? By doing, you know, actual showing her how to do the proper housekeeping techniques, you know, how to make sure there's no roaches in your baby's diaper. I'm not kidding you about that. That freaked me the fuck out, man. Ugh. Anyway, I don't know, but
house, the deviancy, you know, the alcohol, the rugs, as we have to say on YouTube. She didn't have a chance.
She didn't have a chance. I'll be honest with you. Part of that I agree with. Part of that I agree with. Just not the way you're stating it. And like I said, I don't understand why all the time CPS was there. Why, giving the living conditions that you people say were so horrid, why there wasn't some mandatory care plan and programs that had to be completed. So evidently, they had nothing but a messy house, or that would have been done. There would have been a care plan. There would have been more visits. There would have been requirements in that care plan that had to be fulfilled. And they can do a care plan without taking your children. But there's also a care plan once your children are removed that you must complete. And I know they didn't do that. So, I don't know. But like I said, the pictures and the videos that I've seen, and I'm talking about the spontaneous pictures, not the ones that they say, hey, can you say smile for me? And take a picture. I'm talking about when the kids were doing stuff and one of them would snap a picture on their phone. Those kind of pictures. The kids always looked happy. I don't know what kind of, you know, were they the best parents? Fuck no, man. Fuck no. But you can't say they didn't love their kids. They come from generational fuck-ups. Really. And it just, it never got broken. And I think that there should have been some things done that were not done by the system. And the system is a hot freaking mess. Let me tell you something. The foster care system is a freaking nightmare, okay? It's so messed up. So messed up. Especially if you're a relative caregiver. You get the short end of the stick screwed every which way and down. But there should have been more done. And honestly, with them being on substances and with the alcohol problem, that alone for me is a reason for them kids not to be with them. until they can get their shit together. And apparently they didn't want to. Or it wasn't rock bottom for them after everything they've been through. I don't know. Maybe the right help wasn't there. I don't know. But let's just... never mind.
But you got now.
Never
But he did
mind.
say it.
Because I'm ranting and just raving and not making a point and starting to sound like Justin. Never mind. Oh, Spanky, you rubbed off on me. I'm just trying to say, I can't... Do I think the boys are better off if they're in a good, loving home? Yes, I do. But I don't know. I can't tell you with certainty that they are. Because I don't know. I just don't think that they should be with Barney and Candus. And why won't this stop? It won't go off community. What? I don't use community moderation. Oh, I turned that on by accident one time. But all right, I'm gonna let me see. I think I'm gonna end Ernie. I can't
He said
take
it live on YouTube, Candus. Candus.
All right, I can't deal with no more of them. I need something I can laugh at. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get with Mr. Nobody and I'm going to get with traders. And we're going to come back at them with some receipts. Yeah, we are. I wish Constant... I'm going to go to her channel too, but maybe I can get her involved because she knows a lot too. But I know Mr. Nobody's done some good videos on Ernie. But we need it changed, people. Oh my God. Case updates. There is no updates. There is no updates, Betty. And that she puts Brian Kohlberger and Sebastian Rogers on the thumbnail with this stupid whoa. Like a cartoon character and case updates. This woman is... I don't know. But I might want to review this other one. The lives one. Because that's just something that would hype her up more. And this was 5 hours ago. The lies. All the lies. That's what we're going to do. But I need to switch it up. Oh my God, she's getting all kind of... Sweet Misery is gifting our memberships. Oh, nice of you. What the hell did I do? Okay. Sorry, guys. I needed to switch that up. But what I want to do is I want to come back with receipts. Because Ernie needs called out in the proper way. And Crime Lies... she don't have a brain. She don't have any common sense. Okay, Gma.
Internet speeds, regardless of where they live. With Spectrum Internet, you can power all of your...
Yeah, being an addict and trying to get sober with a family to care for is very difficult, especially being young with mental disorders. That's just a fact. It is. And I just wonder if why all the time CPS was involved. Why did they not do more? They could have, you know. Would they have succeeded in drug treatment? I don't know. Did they hit their rock bottom? Were they ready? I don't know. But there was especially with Candus, there was other mental health issues that need attention. Yeah. And like I said, the IQ, the mental ability, I don't know.
Devices to enjoy streaming, video
What I
chatting.
do know is there is no possible way that those two pulled something off like this all this time and kept it hidden. No. From all, no. No. No way. No way.
And gaming. I rely on Spectrum Internet. You should too.
No, don't.
Come by here while I had some time.
Okay, this was just a few hours ago. I haven't watched this. And the only time I do this is when it is her, because you can pretty much expect a shit show. It says I'm happy today, her t-shirt. Bess, it doesn't even look like you combed your hair today. No offense.
I have been I've been working like crazy, and this dog's got me running all over the place. I'm a hot mess express, I have to be honest.
Working like crazy, doing what? Are you going to file another frivolous thing in the lawsuit? You will. You will file something blaming Queen Bee for all the manufactured drama that you created and put on in Tennessee. We already been expecting that. And you're going to sound like the blimping idiot you are. And the court will just continue building up being pissed off at you so they can just let you have it all at once. And you are aware the Queen's lawyer filed for dismissal, which he should get if the judge goes by the law and the criteria to meet your alleged violations. It should be easily dismissed because you didn't meet any of it, Betty. Any of it. It didn't take me long to find the clips of exactly what went down compared to what you claim went down. So I'm sure I did it. The lawyer's aware of them.
So it's been a little while since I've been on this channel, and I wanted to come on this channel and just shoot the breeze with you guys. And then
Busy pulling cobwebs from between her ears, J-Dog.
right before I went live, I
Melissa, I'm going to bring up that cartoon so I can
I had
play
to make
it.
some coffee if you want to know why I'm so late here. So it's nice to see you. Oops, I just caught myself up
Nice
trying
to
do that.
see
Sweet
you.
Misery, Lois. Me, this little kid. And this is the white mocha.
Oh, who cares?
The water powder for the strength, maybe, because I probably should have hit the button. Hey, Lisa, it's nice to see you. Amanda, it's nice to see you. Black skies. Hey, we're just shooting the breeze. I know I put a thumbnail on there, but we're just shooting the breeze. We're going to be obviously talking, drinking some coffee and talking about the case and talking about life, talking about a rugrat that snuggles with me and wakes me up at 3:30 in the morning. You would think, it's really weird.
You're blaming the dog for waking you up at 3:30 in the morning? That's funny, Betty. The last 50 times I've reviewed you, no, I haven't even reviewed you that many times. But you seem to say repeatedly how you often are awake by that time, that you wake up, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, So now you're going to blame it on the puppy. But in all honesty, Betty, I think you like that puppy. And I think you're going to take care of that puppy. Something just tells me, at least for now, till it wears on you. And then you'll rehome it. Or you'll give it back to the lady who gave it to you. But for right now, I think you're really enjoying that puppy.
This is what's weird. You guys know I've been getting up like 3:30 in the morning for ever, right? Like now that I got a puppy and the puppy wakes me up at 3:30 in the morning, I don't want to get up at 3:30 in the morning. What is that all about? Usually I get up and I start working. I get a cup of coffee. Now I look at it. I go outside. I plop this thing down. She's gotten to the point where she goes out there. Well, I just mowed the yard. Well, I had the yard, I should say. But I plopped her out there, and the grass was a little too tall. So I tried to put her in little clearings, where the weeds were a little lower, because that's all you get in Florida anymore is weeds. And so I put her out there. She would play with the grass. She wouldn't go potty. The grass was a distraction. Then as soon as she came right back in, we could be out there for a freaking half hour. The minute she comes right back in, she uses the pad. And I'm like, do I need to start putting pads outside? I mean, she's been getting on the pads. I mean, I have to be honest with you. They actually work. They actually work. She's sleeping right now. Thank God. She is a handful. She is into everything. I just started throwing, like, I get boxes of, stuff that because I just like everybody else, we order a lot of crap to the house, right? So I've just gotten to the point where it seems like she likes playing with, like, she doesn't like playing with her toys. She's not in that stage yet. She likes playing with boxes and stuff like that, just, I don't know, just weird stuff. She doesn't really, like, she'll play with her toys, but she can play with, like, a piece of paper a heck of a lot longer than she'd play with any of her chew toys. It's the craziest thing. So I just started throwing the boxes down there, right? Why not? Let her play with those for a little bit and tucker herself out. She does.
Prior to Contrave, my eating habits were horrendous. It wasn't until I found a nurse practitioner
Holy
and her
cow,
saying, let's
that
talk
was
about
loud.
how.
Oh, hey guys. Where did I leave off? Okay, I think I did have it said hi to Lois, so it's nice to see you, Lois. Oh, no, I did say hi to you. Jackie, Phil, Eileen, Rhonda, Lisa B. Always. It's nice to see you, Penny, Stacy. What else do we have? Pads are bad to outside train. Yes, I know. I got to figure it out. I don't know. I think it's because I feel guilty of putting her in the crate. I have a crate. I got the crate up. I washed it off. I cleaned it up. I'm having. I kind of like her snuggling up next to my neck. But I know she needs to be potty trained. So I've got to train myself too. It's hard. She's got the cutest little face. I mean, come on. It's not my fault. Hey, Denise, it's nice to see you. Yes, trying to put a portion of the paddock outside. And I think maybe it might help. I just want her to start, but you know what? I just need a crate trainer. She needs to be crate trained anyways, because if somebody has to watch her, she just can't be, if they have things to do, or, because I got to tell you, trying to shower or clean or anything like that is very, very difficult. The minute you're out of her sight, she starts squealing, not squealing, I should say that. She starts whimpering. Okay?
Betty, it's a dog. Now you're going to lay it on too thick. And it's going to make it seem phony, like it's part of your grip now. It's a dog, okay?
Okay, I'm being
Hey, Wise Angel.
Okay, she whimpers a little bit. Okay, she does a squeal. She does have a high pitched thing go on every now and again. Okay, whatever. Hey guys, it's nice to see you. Yeah, I haven't been on this channel in a while, and then everything's kind of getting out of hand for me. Hey, B. Oh, look at that, your bedhead. Oh, I forgot we had those cute games on this side. Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks, B. Betty. It's nice to see you, my love. It's nice to see you. So I've been getting some stuff into the emails. I figured we'd just go through some of the stuff, try to chill, drink some coffee.
All right.
Great
This
day.
isn't
We're
exciting.
on the backside of that Medicare jar. She will love it. That's just it's drilled in her head. So it's just I've got to do it. She's just so young and so cute. She's like 4 years. We're just gonna listen to the audio. Please go and show support and go watch it. But this is.
Hey,
this
Miss
is problematic.
Worse.
This is problematic on so many levels, and I don't know how I really truly feel about it. I haven't really.
Ernie is out there. So, like I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get with Mr. Nobody and Traders and Constance, and I'm going to have Mr. Nobody come up. If not tomorrow, it'll be Friday, because that seems like it's better for Mr. Nobody. He was in chat. I'll message him, and yeah, he's got some good videos. He knows a lot about this with Ernie. He's got some receipts, and we'll just cancel Crime Lies and Ernie right out with them receipts.
Sat in my thoughts over it just yet, but I can tell you that it upsets me greatly when I hear, and it's another 2-minute clip from Don B. So Don B, thank you for putting this together.
Okay, wait a minute. Don B is the one trying to sell t-shirts about Summer Wells, correct? And making the money off them? He's just another tragedy pimp, a.k.a. crime tourist, a.k.a. trauma vulture, a.k.a. slumbag, right? Scumbag.
Really angers me.
Family attorney. Humiliating and expensive for a woman who just wanted to help.
I will not do a case like this again, and I try not to work in Tennessee because I was threatened. One of the things I was told is don't speed. Are you kidding me? I'm a law-abiding person.
Would you want to set something up for Friday? We can do during the day if you want to. My email's on my channel. Is yours on yours? Yeah, we'll set something up definitely. I think that'd be good. Because I know you know your shit about Ernie. I know you do. I know you have receipts. I enjoy your videos.
Helping the family, and I'm told not to speak. That's a little over the edge.
And not the only story of bullying in the Holly Bobo case. Remember ginseng hunter Larry Stone? He found Holly's skull. The bullet hole in the skull corroborated Jason Augie's story. This was a huge break in the case. But Stone says the TBI treated him poorly when he discovered Holly's remains.
Then the officer looks at me and asked me why. I looked for Holly Bobo, and I said, well, I didn't know they called search. He said, ain't nobody supposed to be looking for Holly Bobo. And I said, well, this was my kid. Or your kid, you'd be acting for it, wouldn't you?
Another private citizen just trying to help in a case that obviously needed a lot of help.
I think it's a serious thing.
Yeah, Debbie, it got paid. One lump sum got paid. Yeah. It was after she had to pay the person that bought the tax lien or the tax debt, but yeah, and she had to pay fees and stuff, but yeah, it was like the day after YouTube payday. Yeah, great. Yeah, we'll definitely work out something. If Friday's good for you.
To have that kind of power to say that they were going to throw me in jail, and to know that they could do it with nobody looking over it.
The TBI decided not to do an interview or answer any of our questions. I can tell you this, I was the reporter who did the story 4 years ago, and these volunteers had the 4 charged killers at the top of the list of suspects. What they want now are public hearings on how they were treated by the TBI. They don't want this to happen to any law-abiding Tennessean ever again. I'm Dennis Ferrier, Fox 17 News.
So now you can hear, it's Fox 17 News, but this was put together, this clip. You don't have to hunt for it. If you want to see the clip in its entirety, I didn't show you any of the visual, just the audio, go over to Don B, and you guys can watch it for yourself. But this is highly disturbing for me to know that this was going on 4 years ago. We have just so happened to have a little girl, missing from Hawkins County, Tennessee for the last 3 years. And I keep wondering how many people came forward with tips or leads. Sebastian Rogers is another case that TBI has assisted with that has multiple people, helping and searching. And we heard in this case, there were tips and leads that went unanswered or, evidence or potential evidence not even being collected. So, I don't know how you guys feel about that. That is, and then we hear that this happened in Holly Bobo's case, and I wasn't really familiar with that case. Let me just do a Google search because that's what we do here in 2024.
I don't think Betty's too happy with Seth's behavior recently on Brittany J's channel. Is she looking for another cash cow? Is she looking for someone else to grift off of? Especially since, in my opinion, she was the butt of him and Taco's jokes. And they didn't laugh with her. They laughed at her. But I'm going to move on to the next one because this seems boring.
And it tells you.
I don't know nothing about that case. So I can't say anything to her about that because I don't know anything about that case.
Make this your best dress summer yet with Stitch Fix.
Jesus,
your personal
those ads
stylist will
are
send
loud.
sew you styles
But you can
like
bet I
colorful mini
will
skirts and elevated everyday
by
tops.
tomorrow.
Also, the
magnitude that we're in this case 5 months and not the first stitch of forensic testing has
Oh,
in
here we
this
go.
case.
Oh, here we go.
See that they're following the right protocol. They're smart, and it really highly upset me. Professional cleaning service in her slides down the side of the the bed, and the next thing you know, you just feel this little thing just kind of. It's cute. What are they waiting to clean up? Marmy, I heard that she had a professional cleaning service in her house already, and I heard that weeks ago, literally weeks ago.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't remember hearing Katie say that or Chris saying that they had a professional. Yeah, he is one of the worst, J-Job. I'm gonna look into reviewing some of him, but I'm gonna need receipts, of course. But yeah.
And it really highly upset me because, like, I mean, I know this, you know, the forensics that they're looking for is pretty hard to clean up anyways, you know, without like some renovations, but you know, Chris is handy. They're smart. I mean, we're not dealing with dumb people.
Okay, what do you think they did remodel the freaking house overnight? Or actually 15 minutes, because that's all the longer it took for law enforcement to come. But yeah,
folks. It's just it's very worrisome.
Chris was at work. Chris was out of town, Betty.
How long they're allowing time to click by and allowing
Hey,
evidence to be
Lanky.
destroyed. I mean,
Good
just,
to see you.
Even if nobody's intentionally trying to destroy evidence, just think about it. The cross-contamination, all the other stuff that goes into this stuff, you know?
I'm supposed to stop reading my chat so much, by the way. Does it bother you guys that I read a lot of the comments? That I stop a lot and read comments? Because if it does, I'll slow down. But according to another creator, I'm doing it wrong. And I shouldn't be reading so many in my chat's comments. Because then... it's just the way she's sitting. The lighting she's in, her hair up. Yeah, no. Betty doesn't need to worry about working her subscribers or pay for her stalking staycation as a crime tourist. 100%. Where the heck is everybody?
All that matters. So I don't know.
You know what? Screw them. I got my
It
main.
doesn't seem
That's
to me
all I
that they're
need.
following the right protocol. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Investigate TBI.
Okay. Betty. Mm-hmm.
You know.
What? What?
Again, it's hard to understand how they expect us to believe that they're turning over every stone when this is the only case of this magnitude that we're in this case 5 months and not the first stitch of forensic testing has been done inside the home that he went missing from.
Okay. I can help you with that, Betty. Number one, they have went above and beyond in this case, Betty. Go look at the 43 other children, most persons of color, that are missing. Go see how much law enforcement gave to those cases. Go see. I know. I've checked. In fact, I just started checking to do an update on that to see if by some chance some of those kids got some law enforcement attention and were found. But sadly, so far, I haven't found any. Nothing's been done. Nothing. So don't tell me they didn't pull out all the stops. They had the police responded rather quickly. And on foot, I don't believe he could have gotten away from them. I don't know. Just my opinion. But they've done searches. They've checked water. Extensive searches with dogs. Lots of manpower hours. Interviews. Collecting videos if there were any to collect. They went to the house probably a dozen times. They've searched their vehicles, their camper. You don't know what was done in that house. And, you know, you keep believing Seth. Seth couldn't tell you after he got kicked out after the third day. Because is an idiot. Well, allegedly. I don't know if he got kicked out, but allegedly it didn't end well. But then again, that's allegedly. So you have no idea what was done. And I'm sorry, but you can't believe what Seth says either. Just like I can't believe you.
5 months in. I'm just, I don't know. It's odd. It's odd to me. I think it's odd to all of us.
No, he's 15, Betty. It's not uncommon for 15-year-olds to run away. Just saying.
So thanks, Don B, for that. What else do we have? Oh, this whole Uncle Taco thing. People are asking me about Uncle. First of all, I think people that are making fun of this guy for his name or whatever and trying to make it into something it's not, I think is ridiculous. But I truly do think that this is Seth's friend. And I truly believe the reason why he went on T-Brev's channel was for, to kind of defend his friend's honor, if you would. And of course, naturally, it sounds like he got chewed up a little bit. I don't know, but everybody's wanting me to watch this, but they're saying, but I don't understand why. Does he have information? Because some of the stuff I'm being referred to is like a couple hours long, so I'm not sure. Give me just a second. There was something that we needed to go over.
It's playing house.
Some people are giving us some ideas about
a grown adult playing like she is a professional. Yeah. I bet you when she was a little kid, she liked to role play.
Religious groups,
play dress up.
Bryson has been found. Granted that was his father's compound. It sounded like, but still, it is opening up an avenue that there are potentially other options, out there that we may want to consider looking into. Eileen said, it's Eileen, right? Eileen says, what's the...
Betty, it's not options for you because you're not relevant in this case. Stay out of it. Let law enforcement do their thing. Stay the hell out of it. Stop mucking up every case you get into. You just went there and manufactured enough drama to last for a while. You'll be crying about that for the next 6 months, at least.
That's why I said from the beginning, the U.S. Marshals should be investigating no corruption with them. Yeah, I like the U.S. Marshals.
Yeah, everyone but
it
her.
It takes a lot to get the U.S. Marshals involved. Their time is valuable, So it takes a lot for the U.S. Marshals, from my understanding. I've never had to call in the U.S. Marshals, so I don't know. It might be as easy as picking up the phone and saying, "Hey, hi, my name is so-and-so. I need your help." And they may say, "Okay, no problem," right? It's that easy, but...
She said she was going to file something in the lawsuit against Queen over her manufactured drama. And I'm telling, that's what she's been doing. She's going to try to lie and say that Queen was behind all that and she caused it all. And she's going to file it with the case in court. Just watch. It's what Betty does. And it's not true, of course. Yeah, she said she wanted an injunction. That's not going to get her one. It might get Queen one against her because it shows how freaking off the wall and how loony Betty is.
I can tell you my two experiences with the Gallatin Police Department. I wasn't impressed. But you know what? I analyze things, right? I listen to what they're asking me. I've dealt with a lot of cops over my years, okay? Have I been in trouble? Of course I have. But just from the political stuff to now, all of this stuff.
Oh my God, Betty, shut up. You are no political bigwig. Stop it. You got in trouble and had the law there because you were threatening a local councilman. You were threatening to burn his house down with your little Proud Boy buddies. There wasn't that many of you there, but you were on your bullhorn. I've played the videos, Betty. You are no political powerhouse, or no, you're not highly connected politically either, Betty. It was local politics, and you're not liked.
What is it, like 2000? How long have I been going? 2015? 2016?
Yeah, she's a victim, all right, Debbie.
Shit. Almost a decade, right? Almost a decade. So I've dealt with a lot of law enforcement. A lot of law enforcement for, across this country and even in the state of Florida.
Yeah, because of your behavior. Because of your antics. No other reason, Betty. Because you've always been a problem.
For the state of Florida.
You don't have a good record here in Florida. I'd be quiet and quit lying. You definitely ain't you're nothing in politics, honey. What you think because you call yourself a front row Joe? Do you guys know you don't really exist to anybody? The whole meaning of a front row Joe is to be a stupid idiot, camp in your car to get there a day early so you can have the very first seat. That's why you're front row Joes. That's it. That's all.
I just don't. When I look at them and listen to how they spoke to me and the questions that they asked, it just did not seem like they seemed green.
No, she won't.
They seemed ultra green, not properly trained, in my opinion. Were they nice? Yes. Were they respectful? Yes.
In other words, they aren't properly trained because Betty couldn't get over on them, and they told Betty that she wasn't allowed to do the shit she was doing. So, because they didn't agree with her, and they, excuse me, and they don't interpret the law like she does wrongly, very wrongly, they are ill-trained. She's an expert in everything, Jay. In everything.
But not knowledgeable. It seemed like every time you spoke or when they were talking, they didn't have any way of finding the information on their own. They had to always constantly call this, that, the other. I've never seen that before. Every time I've dealt with cops here in my community, they seem very knowledgeable.
No, Betty, my guess is you were trying to argue with the officers about what the law was in their own state that they work for, in their own town that they work for. I'm sure you were trying to preach to them what the law stated. Like I said, I can't wait for the FOIAs to come rolling in. They should be coming in.
They're not on their walkie-talkies or having to call supervisors and sergeants, and I've never had to deal with that before. So I don't know. I can tell you, it just doesn't. It's something. It's. And I've said it for a while. They need better policing. Holly was related to a country star, I think. Oh, maybe I should keep on reading. That's interesting.
You know what? I'll agree with you on that, Betty. I'll agree with you on that because you should have been arrested, in my opinion. The way you verbally assaulted that man and you took off like a bat out of hell to follow him, yeah, you should have been charged with harassment or at least being a public nuisance. Something.
What does that say? Who? Oh, and then we said that there's evidence against the defendants. But you know what? I've said stuff about the district attorney too. The district attorney should know how to analyze a case, and find out what their causes of action are. The TBI even briefly withdrew its service to the entire district after the prosecutor.
Oh my God, I was muted. Are you kidding me? I'm going to scream. But Betty, stop acting like you know what a lawyer would do or what a DA would do. You don't know. You are not a lawyer, nor have you ever been. You have never been to law school. You did not pass the bar. You cannot pass go and collect $200. You can't. You got some certificate from an unaccredited program, mostly online on a computer thing. That's you never did nothing with the so-called paralegal degree. There is no such degree, by the way. Especially back then, there was no such paralegal degree. It's a certificate, Betty. It's just like if you went to cosmetology school or auto mechanic. It was a program like that. Yeah, and you misinterpret the law. You don't get the law, even though you like to lie and tell people that you have. And I've also seen you lie and tell people you were a defense attorney for 10 years. You're full of shit. And quit lying and saying you work for all these lawyers and judges, because that's not true either, and you know it.
Agency of compromising the case by proceeding so slowly that the culprits were always one step ahead, and that TBI was leaking information and possibly covering up evidence. Defense attorneys report particulars detailing the case against their client and the result, where we can just.
How much life insurance can I get without a medical exam? How does up to $150,000 sound?
Actually talk to somebody. I'll keep everybody off the record, but I just need to get some information. But I'd like to corroborate that, because I haven't, it's hard for me to believe that. I mean, they would take, electronics are electronics, but I just keep wondering. Why nobody has any photos of law enforcement going into his house, why we don't have any, all we really have is people saying that it happened, that there was a search warrant. And, usually when there's a big production of, what I'm saying? And it's just, this is the day and age where everybody pulls out their cell phone and records or takes pics with substance that I can, like corroboration that I can attach to. So if there is anybody that knows where that came from, you know the routine, send that to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Was a friend of Seth's, but must be a Pearl or something. Like it always got Seth's or this. And so I remember hearing stuff, but it almost sounded like 20 emails a day. Sometimes when I'm going back on like memory, it's just like recollection, like, vague recollection. And so I remember hearing stuff, but it almost sounded like people didn't believe that this.
Oh, Debbie Doodles, thank you so much.
A friend of Seth,
yeah, Ashley Furniture.
That he was a friend of Seth's, but must be a Pearl or something. Like it always got.
Oh, thank you for gifting a membership. Welcome to Poolside. Wow, thank you again.
Bryson was only missing a few weeks.
Welcome to Poolside. Please
we're
thank
5 months
Debbie
here.
for
Thanks
your
for
membership.
Us that, that's
you are now
People,
a Poolside misfit.
But the difference is with this one is that it was this grandmother that reported him missing. From my understanding, it was his grandmother, because his grandmother, I don't know, did she have custody of him or something like that? Because the parents, like, what happened to this NFL star? Did he was he weird when he was in the NFL, or did he just get a little loopy, maybe from a few head injuries or something like that? I mean, is there some other extenuating circumstances?
Okay, I don't want to hear about that.
You always think of NFL as too much corruption. They should gather evidence and take it to the AG of the state. I agree. I can tell you half the creators. You know what? Those type of third creators are, and then look for those elements and see if they exist. Might work. Some other creators are making fun of Uncle Taco and saying that at those type of people, Seth had Sebastian. You know what? I can tell you half the creators act worse than Uncle Taco, and they have kids, and they're the ones actually probably regurgitating that garbage, and their own behavior probably pales.
Betty, you talking about yourself, but you don't have kids. You're the one that regurgitates everything over and over again, and you don't know how anybody is with their children, and you have no right to comment on that.
In comparison to his, or just the opposite. You guys get
Debbie, wow, thank you.
Curious just how many
Wow,
similar kids,
thank you
missing
so
kids
much.
cases, suspect scenario that include TBI.
Everybody, please thank Debbie for your gift of membership. You are now a full-side misfit. Welcome.
I've been telling you guys for a hot second.
Hey, Ernie.
You know, I don't like
That's
this.
a pretty
I have no
name.
faith in TBI. You know, and the louder that I scream, the more they try to say, "Oh, but look at what we're doing for, you know, human trafficking, and look at what we're doing for this." And it's like, okay, and how is that solving these cases? You know, how is that solving?
I probably
these cases?
just ruined your
Even that
name.
video, like the video,
I probably just slaughtered your name. Sorry about that.
to me was, I understand that they're trying to let people know that they haven't given up on Summer Wells, but to give us nothing more than they have, it's bull. It's bull, because you know what? While they
Look at
were
you.
looking on,
She really wants to cry because she can't get no information from law enforcement. She really wants to cry because of that.
on other cases and putting
It
this
is
one
a
on the
beautiful
shelf
name.
and letting it collect dust, many of us did not. And the reason why it's probably over in TBI right now is because of all of the continued support of this case going into TBI, going into Hawkins County constantly for the last 3 years, still arguing with the same darn detectives and still making the same darn calls to TBI, telling them, you know, enough's enough, right? All the dedication from all the people that have been here for so long, dedicated to Summer Wells, and they come out with a video with no new information and basically saying we haven't forgotten about her. How can you say you haven't forgotten about her and have nothing new to contribute? Because if there's nothing new to
Because it's still an open investigation, Betty. They're not going to give you the info they have.
contribute, that means this case hasn't been touched since 2022. It's 2024. So I'm just curious. You know, what's going on with
Oh,
this
thank
case?
you,
I
Debbie.
think the public
I
deserves
appreciate
more.
you.
I mean, we are past 3 years with Summer Wells. I think the community, the taxpayers deserve a little more from Tennessee than what they're getting. I cringe every time.
The taxpayers aren't the ones complaining. You are.
I hear a child goes missing in Tennessee.
Mm.
Especially ones that I can gauge pretty much up front are going to be problematic.
So none of the other 43 kids matter because you don't think they're problematic? Is that it? Or is it because you can't grift off their cases? Or could it be that they're persons of color? I don't know. I'm asking. I mean, it's a legit question. I'm really asking. Why are you not talking about all the other kids that are missing? Betty, you don't even talk about the kids that are missing in your home state unless it's something like the Soto case because of how brutal and disgusting it is. Yeah. Betty, remember how you defended that mom? Yeah. But you know people, you can read people. You're this expert. Yeah.
Have you heard about Carolina Trails case? The children are removed from their home.
Exactly,
late
Jay.
At night by 2 people forcefully. Sounds a lot like the flashlight video. Yeah, I guess you know, possibly, but the one flashlight going back to the house, kind of, you know.
There was no flashlight leading back to the house. Stop it.
Just saying. I mean, well, unless they decide to sleep over, I don't know. And they lack critical thinking skills, in my opinion. If we're talking about, I don't know. I'm probably past that. I probably need to go down a little further because, wow.
No, they do not lack critical thinking skills. That thing sitting right there on the bed, that talking bullhorn, who is grazing in the worst pasture at at the farms. I mean, it's the Lolcows crime tourist / tragedy pimp pasture. It's the low of the lows. And the people in her chat for egging this on and agreeing with this shit. Yeah.
I got a lot of messages. Sorry, I've just been yapping.
Hey,
Ma, dude.
You're right
Nice to see
there.
you. Oh, we're just, you know how it is over here.
You right. You yapped. You're right. Oh, I don't like this commercial. You.
Hey, Mama Philly. It's nice to see you as well. Trying to see if there's any. I can't deal with those other creators I've blocked. Yeah, well, they're just, it's like, you know, they can't, I don't know, a friend was calling me. Can't seem to cover true crime without bashing somebody. It's like, you know, there's things where you can say, if you think things can be done better, maybe put some action behind it instead of just talking that it could be better or saying that this was kind of.
Wait a minute.
Show us. You know?
Betty, when do you ever do true crime without bashing somebody? You bashed the Proudfoots probably, let's see, how many videos did you do today? 5, 6. Some days you do 7, 8. You bash them every chance you get. You really talk about yourself all the time when you're talking about other people. You know that? But okay.
I'd like to see receipts from here on out.
Receipts?
I'd like to see receipts.
Oh, when have you ever showed a receipt? I've never seen you show one. You always say you're going to, but you never follow through.
Never been able to understand how they find an escapee immediately, but never find missing kiddos. You know what? I mean, I'm laughing, but, you know, not laughing. Like, right? It is funny how they do that. But you know what? There's a lot more escapees in this country than you even know about. They hardly even broadcast them anymore. They don't want people in fear. If you knew how many freaking at-large people we have in this country, you'd be a little concerned. That was a great comment. Oh, yes, Alicia. So Seth is doing much better. It sounds like the pain down his arm has completely stopped, but he's got, obviously, the surgery pain as well as, you know, when they go through your neck, they kind of have to lay all of this here, right there. They have to lay that kind of over. And it's when you wake up from all of that, it's very uncomfortable in the throat.
Shut the hell up. You have no idea what they're talking about. You are not a medical profession in any way professional. You don't know what you're talking about. You've never had the surgery. I've seen the surgery done and had patients with it and had family with it. Shut up, because you don't know what you're talking about. It's an outpatient procedure. I can't.
So he's dealing with a massive sore throat and everything, but he is doing great.
Oh,
it sounds
my
like he
Lord.
is, you know, not loving it. It's surgery, but I think he's very thankful that he doesn't have the pain going down his arm like he was. So.
I wish that a quick recovery, and I'm glad that it got rid of his pain. Good for him. I wish him a good fast recovery. But you're the wrong one to speak on it.
I'm fixing supper, so I won't be in chat much. Oh, hey, Miss Lee. Oh, yeah, I made supper earlier. Oh, it was so good. It was so stinking good. That biscuit. Well, it's the gravy. I'm gravy master. I have to say. I really love. I make gravy. Like even Thanksgiving, I'll kick my mama out of the kitchen to make the gravy. She doesn't like that, but I do. The potatoes and gravy are mine. Nobody better mess with potatoes or the gravy. Gravy master.
Okay, I can't.
That is a fun. Just a second. Our TBI off into the main nature. And you know, I don't want to say anything. It seemed like he cared, but you know, you never know. You know, you just never know anymore because you just never. I don't know. He seemed to me like he gave a shit. That's all I can say. I can't say a whole lot about a lot of people, but You know, when I talk to people, maybe I give them too much of a benefit of the doubt, but it seemed like he cared. You know, it's not, you know, we got to remember that it's not Eric Craddock really doing the investigation. It's the worker bees doing the investigation. And I just don't understand why their hands are tied at the forensics. I just want justification. I wish Nick Barris would just ask them, like, why are you delaying the forensics? How can you not have, that was the last place he was seen alive, his room. Why are we here? I don't know. You know, you have severe hand and arm injuries from that cute. I'm sure I will have a hand injury.
I can't listen to this.
I'm
Let's move on.
Okay, to come here. Did anyone ever? I did ask Seth directly about that, and he says he's heard the same rumors we've all heard. So Seth directly about Amy Weebelts. Did anyone ever figure out if CP does have family in law? Amy, I got to be honest with you. I did ask Seth directly about that, and he says he's heard the same rumors we've all heard. So it sounds like it. It sounds like it. I wish somebody would confirm. There were two.
I think this was a flop.
As search dogs, plural, tracked a scent, but it turned out to be a false alert. I don't know if I believe it was a false alert.
It was.
And I don't.
It very much
believe
was.
It was a false alert for a variety of reasons, but
It very much was. Shut up.
notably, it was the track that they had tracked exactly with the flashlights.
They weren't flashlights, Betty. They didn't track anywhere. They were pixels. Oh my God. I can't with this light situation. Anyway, and no, Betty, they didn't track to a car that was not a car. That was a pickup truck. And because the video is so bad, and there's no date nor timestamp because it wasn't working correctly, you don't know when that video was taken. And by the looks of the video, that vehicle could have been in the driveway, at the end of the driveway. You can't make a lot of things out, Betty. And they had a lot of vehicles parked in their driveway, that house. So yeah, and it was not a car. It was not Cathy's car, Bowersox's car. That was a little pickup. But okay, Betty, it was a pickup. All right. But stop with the flashlights. They didn't lead back to the house. The dogs did not lead to that car, to Cathy Bowers' car sitting on the road. Stop.
That we saw in that video. Now, somebody had put out a video where...
What the hell, Phil?
I think I still have it on my phone. Let me just look it up. I just
What
watched
the hell?
I just watched
my
it too,
lighter.
so it should be in my...
Oh, that'll make somebody happy because they don't like that I clicked my lighter. Yeah. So I just dropped it. Hey, Viv. Booza. Oh, welcome to Poolside. Thank you for joining. You are now a Poolside misfit. We have adult gummies. We have adult brownies. And we have regular ones too. And of course the stock bar. Yeah, she constantly does. Debbie, that's... Yeah, it's up to... There's some days 7-8 times a day she's uploading. And it is just regurgitated shit over and over. That's why I knocked off showing. There's 5 other lives or 6 other lives of hers. I didn't. Probably more interesting than this, but you know, other people show when you just get tired of hearing the same regurgitated stuff. And she uses everybody else's stuff, but you're stealing when you use hers. Does that make sense?
It was just this very
these ads.
simple
Only
thing of
with
like,
Betty.
okay, is my window
Only
open
with
yet?
Betty.
And it would say no, and then
YouTube must like her. Because according to her, you know, she makes all that money from AdSense, but we don't make a lot of money from AdSense unless you're a big channel and you're getting mega views. And I'm talking 100,000. You know, you're getting mega views. She's doing a lot better than she did, so her money's going to pick up. because of memberships, and she is running ads, but not anyway. It's bets. Knock it off. But she's not making, like, she made it sound like she has advertisements on her channel, and she doesn't. She gets AdSense pennies just like the rest of us. The more views you get, of course, you'll make more. You know? But primarily, it's super chats and memberships.
Got that. I think it's this one.
Unless you're getting a hell of a lot of
I think
views.
it is this one. Here, yeah, it's this one right here. This was done. This will be audio, but if you want to watch it yourself to see it in its full version,
I made 1 penny
it's on Carrie Moody's
on my short. I made 1 cent.
channel. Carrie Moody. I don't know if she's
You could have a lot of views. I didn't have that many.
Bullhorn Betty or not. Either way, she's got a collection of clips.
I average anywhere from 1K to, I think I went over 3. I got a couple that were 4 and 5K uploads that were, you have to make that consistently to do good, you know. And you're still not doing
the
great.
flashlight, i.e. trash
I'm
trucks.
mostly
This almost
not
kind
yellow.
of bodes into a segue. We can actually have a conversation about whether or not
No,
about
we
them being
can't.
trash
I'm done with you.
corroborates a lot. I'm sorry, Miss Bobby doesn't seem like a woman that is lying
Huh?
to me. Like, you know, take her for
What?
what you will. You know, everybody has their
Betty, what? She didn't say anything that has not already been out here, that she got off of watching JLRU, the Facebook groups. She's a JLR fan, or she was. I don't know if she still is. But what? She's the neighborhood busybody. No, she wasn't honest. Not at all. Are you kidding me? I mean, it doesn't take long to see right through her. Seriously? I thought you were so smart. You're not so smart after all, Bets.
right to her own opinion about her statements. But for me, she was very much believable. So I kind of think law enforcement
Exactly, Viv.
duped
Exactly.
the family and duped the public through the family. Because when Nick Barris
Yep,
had
Jay.
an opportunity to ask the law enforcement agent about it, he could have told the public it was just trash trucks, couldn't he? But he didn't. He refused to answer what those lights were. There's a reason. There's a reason why his statement was different from everybody else's, because he knew those were not trash truck lights and he could not say it for the record. That's why.
Conversation with the video with the 2 flashlights on there. They showed me the whole video, and then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. That's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out of the neighborhood.
Interesting. Okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went inside with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flash, the stuff that looked like fireflies, crying out loud in the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So it was a cropped section of a very big picture.
I've seen some people actually sit there and talk.
You know what? I don't give a shit what you say. They weren't flashlights, and Betty, it's not what you make it out to be. And I don't know.
The trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning. Right. But the whole time that I watched this,
There's no timestamp on the video or date because it wasn't working correctly.
the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11
Yeah,
for
she
like 15
does.
minutes.
So I think they showed him a different segment. I think they showed him a different segment of the because it was he said he watched 15 minutes of it.
Yeah. So they had the entire video. What everyone's been trying to tell you idiots is you've only had a clip or two. You did not have the video in its entirety.
So it sounds like
Duh.
Yeah, fireflies. Yeah, I don't believe it either. I get you. Right? But if he was able to watch 15 minutes of it, that means they had a lot more than they showed him. So they probably showed him the segment that they wanted him to watch.
No, they showed him the entire fucking video, you dumb shit. But again, the date and time can't be confirmed.
Segment that we all got. I think that they told him the truth, and they refused to acknowledge what the tape that we saw was. I think they used
the tape. What you saw was nothing but a clip from the video, Betty. A very bad edited clip.
Probably were using that word salad where they were showing him what we were talking about.
Oh my Lord. Betty, he's seen the entire video, including that clip. He's seen the entire video. He said that.
And it probably was some lights that were cascading from in that section, but not in ours.
Oh, not in yours. It's the same video, you dumb shit. Is she for real? It is the exact same video. They just have a tiny clip of the entire 15-minute video. It's the same video he watched, only in its entirety, including the little clip they have. How is that so hard to understand? And she's going to sit there and she knows she's lying. Look at her face. It's not the clip we have. Where the fuck do you think the clip came from? The freaking video. You're not smart, Betty, and you're not smug. You sounded stupid.
Okay, so it stayed at 311 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was
And then I want to see if I can fast forward to the part that I want. Okay, here it is.
I asked about exclusive home security video obtained.
I know they give her. I don't get it.
You can see 2 suspicious light sources, which we've circled here in an area behind the
But this is only a portion of the videos in its entirety, Betty. This is a very bad video because it was recorded on a cell phone over. He just laid his cell phone down and recorded the video over, Betty. It's not a good video. And it's not flashlights. I believe gray hues, and he debunked this. And it fits with the garbage truck being in the neighborhood. The time frame fits. Because again, there's no time stamp. Even when you go to the cars, Betty, and you're trying to say that's Cathy Bowers' dog's car sitting there, and it's not, because it's a pickup. It's not even a car, but it's still not her regardless. Anyway.
Since we first aired the video last month, authorities have said no evidence.
Yeah, it has been.
Can you tell me what those lights are? No. Why? Because the investigation remains ongoing.
So why did he just tell us they were the garbage trucks?
Why
Right?
should he?
I mean, they had their opportunity to solidify that it was garbage trucks, as they told Seth. So why did they, when they were on the record, did they decline to state what they were? Because they knew that they weren't the garbage truck lights.
No, that's not true.
Garbage trucks would go to no integrity of the investigation. Let's listen to what he says. Let's listen to what Eric Craddock has to say.
Okay, number one, maybe they didn't say anything because, you know, they were still investigating. And also, Why would they? They shouldn't give any information. Because just what if not only was the garbage truck in the neighborhood, but another vehicle? You don't know what footage, none of us do, what they got off the cameras and what cameras were working. You don't know. Also, you're going by very badly re-recorded clip. You did not have the video in its entirety, nor was it a very good version of copy of the video. But why would they tell you? Because what if, just what if he really did go out to meet someone? Why would they want to give anything away? Huh. I don't know. What about you, Betty? You'd think that would be smart to do in an active open investigation? You probably do, don't you?
Really? Can you tell me what those lights are? No. Why? Because the investigation remains ongoing. And so it could play a role down the road depending on developments? We don't know what we don't know. So yes, it could play a role. So many are, of course, closely following this case.
So again, I don't know how a trash truck would play a role unless he picked up Sebastian. But I don't think it was, because if we listen to Miss Bobby, she said that the lights...
Don't listen to Miss Bobby. She's full of shit. Her stuff came from JLR's Facebook group.
The two light sources went to the car. One went back to the house. The car backed up and went down Kellen.
Now, how come no one else seen this? How come Miss Bobby only knows about this? You sure it wasn't a garbage truck that was, stopping at every house to pick up the trash, and sometimes they have to back up in order to turn, or they just back up because it's easier to get out that way? Couldn't be any of that, right? Okay. Just ask.
To leave the community through the construction area. And that was
she thinks she does.
And then she also
She
said
thinks
a couple
she
hours
does,
later, the trash truck came through, implying that happened around 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, these ads are. She got her ads on high, man. I don't know.
Discover the Genesis.
I don't think they hardly ever show them on my.
We have a lot of questions here. A couple of those.
That's
because
because most times I'm in yellow.
Everybody keeps saying that. Everybody keeps saying that. I need somebody to kind of come forward and say how they're friends or willing to step up to the plate, anonymously.
She won't change. Some people just can't
that
be
I can
taught.
use to remove them from the case, or start working to remove them from the case.
We cannot teach them.
If they're
or they don't.
derelict in their duties. I mean,
They
right
just
now
keep
we've got a kid missing for 5 months. The parent's story stinks to high heaven. It's forever changing.
She's not gonna listen to us. I keep telling y'all, if God himself came down here and told Betty exactly what happened, she still wouldn't believe him. It's just Betty.
And
Hey,
we got no
Marcy.
stinking forensics done for the house. Okay, I mean, cut the crap. Enough's enough. Somebody's dropping the ball here. How can we say the ball is not being dropped at this point, 5 months in, and no forensic? Why isn't Nick asking these questions? And why is this not a concern for Nick? The one that has the ear of Eric Craddock. I would really like it. I'm not blaming him for anything, but I would really like it if he, kind of asked him about it. Held their feet to the fire, so to speak. Bring the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's, directive up and say, why did they not follow the protocols in the directive?
This is a runaway, a 15-year-old that ran away. There's been no crime committed, Betty. It's not a small infant or toddler. It is a 15-year-old runaway.
By the way, one of Nick's last news clips, he said there are 2 new leads, but only mentioned one about the possible sighting. I believe he was told by L.E. what the other lead was, so not to alarm possible suspects. Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't
no.
catch that. Huh. Send me that clip if you got it. If you don't, I mean, it's no big deal.
Oh, look at her. Look at her. She's drooling. Where's the clip? Where's the clip? So I can run with that. I don't think he said that. I thought his last post about this is there's been no new info that he's aware of, or, you know, that law enforcement's still actively investigating. That's it. Look at her. She's drooling though.
I think the trash truck. That's what they said, is that there's nobody getting out of their cars to go pull garbage, and who would walk in that area? I mean, there's a big old. I mean, if you didn't know that area, it had to be somebody that knew that area, because it's dark out. Nobody knew about that culvert. The only person that would know about that culvert is people that live there. That culvert, you know, it's not really wide, but you know, it would make you fall. If you weren't expecting it, you'd probably break your ankle because you'd completely miss it.
I don't know if you break your ankle, but you definitely fall. Betty, we have them all over Florida, you know that. I call them ditches, but they're called culverts. Anyway.
Slap in, and you would not be prepared for that. I mean,
Betty, get over yourself. It was a trash truck.
At least a sprain. It's somebody that knew that was there. If you want to really look and analyze it, somebody that was walking in that path, that knoll. Walking?
Now people
had to
were
have
walking.
known about that culvert, that little drainage ditch.
Oh.
And it was deep.
But it's little, you
I
said.
mean, at least a foot or more.
Oh.
A foot or more. And they were talking about those big lights off to the left in the back. And those, if they're talking about the lights in the left, if the sheriff's office didn't open until 8, well, even if the sheriff, then they have to have, even if the sheriff's department itself is closed down, they'd still have to have somebody on call. They'd still have to have officers that can report to emergencies. I mean, the sheriff's department is not closed down. There is still a call center that can be had, a dispatch center that office is closing. Some weekends. It's like, what? It's the most insane thing I have ever heard. Like, we have literally a fully staffed sheriff's office, several branches, 24 hours.
Okay, but you're not a tiny little way out in the middle of nowhere town.
Hey, SPED teacher, nice to see you. He called his friend James that works at the sheriff's department.
Okay, I don't care.
And is his friend a sheriff or is he a detective? And do you know what James's last name is? Do you know if actually which family member is it that people believe work for Sumner County, or at least at minimum in law enforcement? Do we
there's not, but okay.
you know
We already know there's not. Chris has answered that, but okay.
what the family member name is? Ginger. Ginger says, yeah, crane operators work 24/7.
That's not funny. No one ever claimed that, and that's stupid. It's not funny. But Betty, of course you're going to say something because she probably sent you a Cash App or a Venmo, right?
That was cute. I just got that.
Of course you
That
get
is
it.
funny. That is
Stupid.
funny. I gotta say, that's funny.
I'm all right.
That was credible information. Trust me. That was credible information. Okay.
When you signed
Okay,
up
I'm
for
about
pet
done with
insurance,
her. She's
you didn't
not
sign
saying
up
nothing
for.
exciting. Betty, this was a dud live.
Chris's ex-wife, or his most recent ex-wife before Katie. So there is that, and I did hear about him then, but not before Katie, during the Nina. You know, I first came to know of his name during the Nina Gomez interview, and that's Chris's ex-wife, or his most recent ex-wife before Katie. So
Is she
there
talking
is
about
that Chris-
tacos? Wait a minute.
But Big D, no idea there was a son named Danny Guy as well, out in the last 24, 48 hours. Danny Guy, one I knew about Big D. I never knew about Little D. I just found that guy. Danny Guy never came up in, I mean, we knew about Danny Guy. One I knew about Big D. I never knew about Little D. Okay, I just found that out in the last 24, 48 hours. So I had no idea there was a son named Danny Guy as well. But Big D, we heard about him. You know, I first came to know of his name during the Nina Gomez interview, and that's Chris's ex-wife, or his most recent ex-wife before Katie. So there is that, and I did hear about him then, but nothing connecting him to Katie and Chris, or I can't even, I couldn't even put them together in the most recent months. And then all of a sudden, I'm hearing that they were over at their house playing cards. So I'm listening, and I'm trying to find out how how all this stuff, because I just never know where any.
What is she spreading now?
I do know several people have reached out to me and sent me emails about
Okay,
it.
so Big D and Little D were over at Chris and Katie's house playing cards. Is she serious? Why is she even talking about something like this?
What's coming? It's got to be coming out from somewhere. I just would like to know where, so it can be corroborated.
Even if they were, it's none of your business. It's none of nobody's business. So what if they had somebody over playing cards? I don't know if it's true. I'm going to look into that, though. But so what?
Yeah, they let they let him leave, and he's gone 17 hours. None of this
Okay. Number one, who said he was gone 17 hours? That's something I've heard them run with. But I want to know, did Chris and Katie say he was gone for 17 hours? Or is this something that these people have just ran with this rumor? Oh, I even have proof of what I say. I have a citation, even her complaint in the initial Queen Bee suit, and every rewrite thereafter. Oh, your neighbors are setting off fireworks all night? Yeah, mine are getting started. Terry Lynn was saying this in chat somewhere. So no one knows if it's even true, if it's a fact. It's just something that I've only ever heard this side run with. I don't remember hearing Chris say anything like that. But I'm going to try to find out. Because I'm just wondering if that didn't come from their side. I don't know. Yeah, I only hear that from them. I don't remember hearing that from Chris and Katie. But so much has been said. I'm going to check it out and see if I can't see where that all started from.
Not to look at corruption. Like, we got him leaving. We got, no forensics on the house. We've got,
You don't know. And as of right now, I don't know if he was gone for 17 hours. I'm definitely going to look into that. Something tells me that's something that came from you people. But you don't know what was done on the inside of the house because you weren't there.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Hey, Darby.
I feel like, Seth is now that we're seeing it like this, I feel Seth's frustrated.
My dog hates the fireworks. He just shakes. He hates them. And they'll set them off for 3-4 days. Because they buy so damn much. It just drives me nuts.
Frustration. I feel Seth's frustration. All of it. Because I would be absolutely exhausted at this point. Nothing is coming out. It doesn't seem like anything is really getting done. There's no forensics. Do you not think that Seth doesn't know that there's no forensics done in that house? He's probably sitting there.
Seth wouldn't know if there was or wasn't. He doesn't live there. And law enforcement doesn't talk to him because of his own behavior and actions. So yeah, he wouldn't know.
Just wanting to snap somebody's head and say, like, why? I just can't imagine. I would be, you want to talk about disgruntled? If this was a family member of mine, I hope Rick would never put me into a position where I have to be nasty to him. But if it came down to my family and shit not getting done, you bet your butt I would be up somebody's orifices. Period.
You know what? I don't believe that, Betty. I think you would do the exact opposite. Only because if you can't have your phone live streaming or a group with you, you're a coward. So, yeah, I think it would be the exact opposite. My opinion.
Would be up somebody's orifices. And anybody that sits there and beats up somebody for doing that, you know what? Clearly you've never...
Yeah, it does, Marcy. Some of the vets that come into the VA, yeah, it does.
To you that's been lost, right? You've never gone without somebody that you've loved that could be, experiencing grave danger. Because I guarantee that if it was your family or something like that, you would probably be very, very, very angry and upset. This isn't hard because I just feel like if they...
Why do you look up at the ceiling?
For missing and exploited children's directive, I feel like we would be further along, and I feel like at least the community would at least
Betty, they go by their own directives. They're police. They know their job. They know what they're doing, Betty. They have done many, 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 many missing children's cases, Betty. I think they got this.
The forensics are done, and that worry box would be closed. And that worry box would be closed for his father as well. I just think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to Seth, and I think it's unfair to Sebastian. And there's it's not the worker bees that are making these decisions. This is top brass decisions. This is somebody above them making these decisions, how to run the case. It is not anybody else's decision but a few. So this is the but a few is the problem. Just not the majority, the but a few. Never heard of the sheriff's office club. I know. I heard it in Riley's strain because the fraternity brothers went up there and they said when they got to the sheriff's department it was closed. They were trying to that to me that's lazy. That's broke. That's not having a budget. Tennessee has got to open up the purse strings. And I'm talking about the Tennessee government, the state of Tennessee. They need to open up their purse strings and start funneling some of their money down to these counties so they have more money and a better budget. This is a state problem. This is not a county problem. This is becoming a county problem because of the state funding. It is this state, what we're dealing with Hawkins County and what we're dealing, we wouldn't even have the crap of Ronnie Lawson if they had probably raised the pay for the sheriff in that community. We would probably have a much better selection of sheriffs. You got to think about that. If you ain't hearing your sheriff that much money, you're gonna get what you pay for.
Is she fucking serious? She's gonna. She doesn't even live in that state. Oh wait, she thinks she's a taxpayer because she pays sales tax when she stays at a hotel or buys something. So she thinks she's a taxpayer and has rates. And that's not how it works. You have to be a residential taxpayer. You have to have established residency. She doesn't understand the law, but claims that, these ads, but claims she knows the law and she read it, but she didn't.
Right?
Because
she's saying cheap-ish. I don't like that word.
Paying sales tax does not give you any rights as a citizen.
Ish, right? And the one thing I would never, ever, ever skimp on is the military or law enforcement.
Oh, but you always cry about how much is wasted on the military, Betty.
Two things out of everything. The infrastructure, probably for me, infrastructure is very important. It'd be the next thing. But our law enforcement and our military would be by far that's our that's what protects us. None of the other crap matters, right? If we're not protected.
Okay, well, why aren't you fighting for that in your hometown?
Unless you got yourself. So I want to make sure I'm here.
You don't fight for that, Betty. You went and complained for 2 years about needing a roof. You complain because you can't take a water bottle and snacks into the meetings, especially a water bottle. So, yeah, Betty, you shut up. You damn sure
stuff, right? So the first thing I want to do is protect that. And then we'll work on everything else. Kind of like the mask coming out of the, out of the thing. You got to put the mask on yourself before you help somebody else. You got to make sure you're here so you can help somebody else, right? All right, guys, I have
Okay. I can't. I'm done. I'm done with her. I want to show you this real quick cartoon that was made by Michelle. It's really cute. I will show you. This is cute. It's about trolls. It's real short. It's really cute though. And then we're gonna call it a night. I've been on here a long time. Okay. Let's start it over. All right. This is by Michelle. It says, please do not feed the troll. Trolls try to disrupt, destroy, or change discussion groups to fit their own agendas. Trolls are pinheads. I love that troll. These trolls like to visit and try to disrupt our happy forum. Their lowly reasons for existence is to post provocative, hostile, or annoying messages. They claim they're here to discuss, but in fact are just here to cause trouble. Trolls have an exaggerated sense of their own importance. Trolls will frequently use I can't read that, it's too small. A persuasion defense when they are asked to cease comments. They'll claim innocence, intent, and will scream censorship. They will claim they are being singled out because of their unpopular viewpoints. Trolls will only stay when they are fed or given attention. So please, do not pet or respond to or feed the trolls. Doing so only results in their prolonged stay.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe, I can't decide what I like more. I'm in love with this today, tomorrow I may not be so sure. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe, I can't decide what I like more. I'm in love with this today, tomorrow I may not be so sure. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe,
That's cute. I'm probably going to get struck for the music, but that's cute. That's really cute. That about sums it up for the trolls, don't it? Let me pause that music. Yes. Nice. That music gets on my nerves. Thank you, Melissa. That was cute. That was funny. You should put your channel link in here. Oh, you can't. I will. You got all these videos. We need to get you subbed up. I don't have any in here. I don't know what's been going on the last 2 nights. I normally have but you know what? I normally have a bigger audience, but I have my core people here, and to me, that's what matters. There we go. That's who made that. That's her channel link. She has some really good ones on her channel. They're cute. I would trust Snoopy or Clifford the Big Break Dog over BHP. It was probably my thumbnails. I don't know. Maybe I should have been a little harsher. I don't know. I think I need to do my titles different. My description different. But I don't know. I just don't want to be too harsh in a title, you know? I don't know. I thought the cow thumbnails were cute. I like the idea of Lolcows Farm, where the lolcows graze off the backs of victims and their families. Yeah, probably. But like I said, what matters to me is I had my core. I appreciate you all hanging with me. I stayed on here way too long tonight. My husband's probably pissed. Oh my God, it's 1 o'clock. I got to get off here. Yeah, he's probably pissed. He came home. No, he doesn't get mad though. He's very supportive about it. But if I don't, I'm not sure if I'm going to go live tomorrow. It depends on what's going on. If not, I will see you Friday. Everybody, if I don't see you, have a very, very happy and safe 4th of July. Enjoy time with the fam. Just have a relaxing day. Do whatever floats your boat. But enjoy yourselves. I'll probably squeeze in a live sometime during the day. Maybe, probably, yeah. But I'll see you then. Thank you, everybody. Mods, thank you very much. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate you all. Night all.